This is T Spilling TV. Make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, and comment. Hit the notification bell so y'all can be notified every time your girl come live. Let's get into this Cardi B trial, you guys. Oh, freaking goodness.
Which is the next page in my binder that was given to me.
I wish they would have it that way. Because I do think it's confusing. But since I've already given it, I'll just swap in 3903 and 3903A as already read. Because I did already read these.
Oh, so you're going to keep the one that's been read already? Is that what we're saying?
When I did give these jury instructions, I gave them as they're printed out here. It's just without I think the proposed instructions had language that I struck out, so this is just a clean read.
The one that I submitted this morning is directly out of KC.
But you combine 3903 and 3903A. And that's not how I gave it. So if it had been given to me that way originally, I would have read it that way, but I didn't, so I don't want to change what I've already read.
Okay.
All right, 3905A. I think I already gave a version of that as well, right? Oh, maybe I didn't.
I'm not sure, Your Honor. You asked that we just include the case instruction rather than a special instruction. So this is just the case instruction.
Okay, so I will give that.
Your Honor, I also submitted a 3905.
Is that straight from the casing?
Straight from the KC.
Okay.
Are they
They're the same.
They're the same?
Correct. All right, 3934. That was not in the original package?
That was in the original package.
It was?
It was modified only because now that the damages are more limited than what Mr. Rosenjohn-Fausen was proposing earlier, we've just changed the last sentence.
Oh, okay. And I did not read that on Wednesday. Is that correct?
I don't believe you did.
Correct.
Okay, so I'll give 3934. Special instruction number 8.
Special instruction number 8, there are just two differences from the casing instruction. The first is that punitive damages cannot be awarded if there was accidental harm. The second is to include that's paragraph 3. Paragraph 4 is to include provocation as part of the jury's consideration of punitive damages. And we've identified a lot of supporting authorities in the notice that we filed with it. And I believe even Wittgen states that it's proper to instruct the jury on provocation when they're considering punitive damages.
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding was the trial would be bifurcated, and we would only get to this point after the jury made its decision as to the first non-punitive damages stage.
Well, this is a modification of the casing that is given during the first phase. So do you want to be heard on the modification, specifically accidental or heat of passion?
Again, Your Honor, I don't really see a need for this one because there is a specific KC on punitive damages that can be read.
I understand that. He is suggesting that it be appropriate to amend the KC to add accidental harm and heat of passion. Would you want to be heard on that?
Yes, Your Honor. So my point is that none of the cases should be changed. And this is an example of one that's really so far off and completely different than what the KC states. So that's my position.
All right, submitted?
Yes.
All right, I think special instruction number 8 is appropriate, so I'll give that. Special instruction number 9 is not going to apply until we get to punitives. All right, let's go through plaintiff's proposed instructions.
No, there's one more I need to add. 3932, life expectancy. I have it here.
Is it printed out?
Yes.
And is the math right?
May not be. I'm willing to reduce it if that's the case, but I believe it's close to the number. Oftentimes, we'll have a stipulation with council, so if they want to reduce it to 40 years, I'm fine with that. I just picked a close enough number.
So, what evidence do you have that she will continue to have future? I guess she testified that it still bothers her, is that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any objection to 3932?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm not sure that she testified that it still bothers her, but in any event, first of all, this was never shown to me. We're not sure that the math is correct. And this is just not an appropriate, instruction in a case like this where it's over an alleged scratch and there's a overwhelming amount of evidence that it wasn't caused by it.
Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Fall well below the threshold of the National Vital Statistics Report. So I'm willing to do that. If there's a different number that they propose, I'm fine, but there should be some kind of KC 3932 of life expectancy so that the jury can understand that.
Where's that chart in the cases? Oh, here it is. And she's 32 today?
Yes, she's 32 years old. Yes, she is.
Gonna power off that right there. Now, if Cardi be out here scratching people with them long, pointy nails and stuff like that, she needs to be convicted. If she did anything wrong like they said she did, she needs to be convicted just like anybody else. Don't nobody care about you because you whoever you are. If you doing stuff out here that's messing people up and things of that nature, and she do work pointy nails. I done seen I done looked at these things right here and she talking about my nails don't be that pointy. Like, girl, your nails be pointy. You be pointy and pointy. I'm talking, they be looking really, really sharp. Like, I be scared for the kids, okay? Let's get back into it.
It appears to be correct. This is 50.3, they've got 50. All right, I'll give 3932 over plaintiff's or defendant's objection.
Thank you.
All right, plaintiff proposed 3901. I think I already gave 3901. Is that not correct? No, I gave 3900. I did. Oh.
Your Honor, I
Yeah. So 3901 is only if liability has been established, not contested.
I apologize. That's an error.
Okay, so that's withdrawn?
Withdrawn.
Okay. 3902 already gave. 3903. I did not give, but I think that was proposed by the defense.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And it's, the defense version was straight from the casing?
Yes,
Well,
it's in the binder.
the one that I did, Your Honor, is from the KC, which seems to have a lot more words than theirs.
Yeah, I already did give 3903.
So we're gonna go with their version then?
It's straight from the casing. 3905, I think I already gave.
Yeah, have you heard on that yet?
Go ahead.
So the one that I've submitted today has all of the different types of physical pain, mental suffering, and emotional distress. Their version doesn't really cover everything at all. It just has a small amount. It's missing an entire paragraph, at least a portion of it. So I would request that plaintiff's version be read to the jury.
Right. I just looked. I did not give 3905 on Wednesday. And plaintiff's is straight from the casing.
Yes, sir.
And the defendant had a different one.
I think theirs is 3905A, so maybe that's why. But I would like 3905.
Your Honor, I believe the difference is that 3905 and 3905A, we just submitted them as separate instructions, and plaintiff's counsel has combined them.
Your Honor, I don't think I've combined them, but
Oh, I see. The defense proposed version does not define.
doesn't cover.
Yeah, it's not the full instruction, so I'll give plaintiff's proposed instruction.
Thank you.
All right, 1600. I think I gave 1600, didn't I?
I believe you did.
I thought the court wanted us to work on the 1600s, but I may be mistaken.
Your Honor, it was the 1602 instruction, which was the special instruction 4 we discussed earlier.
I did give 1600 already.
Then I withdraw the objection as to the 1600s.
Okay. Did we give a version of that?
1602 is the special instruction 4 that we discussed a few minutes ago.
And that would, okay.
And
so I'll give the modified version.
Thank you.
1603, did we give that?
1603 was included in ours as well. I believe the court asked that we include it, so
Okay.
that's in our record.
And 1604,
I believe was given.
was already given. All right, tell me we have an agreed upon verdict form.
Unfortunately, we do not, Your Honor.
And do you have any of the differences?
Well, yes, Your Honor. So I've never seen it the way that they proposed it, with the preponderance of the evidence language. It's also something that was just created as a form that doesn't really reflect any type of special verdict. That's what that is. So the one that I've done, Your Honor, I've done two different ones. The distinctions of the two that I've submitted is page 7 is added with respect to punitive damages. And the other version does not have the punitive damages. Question number 19. That is the only distinction between the two versions that I've filed with the court. And I did give a courtesy copy to counsel. It was filed today at 12:19 a.m. the two different verdict forms. I did submit it to the court this morning without the caption of the attorneys, just so it would be somewhat of a neutral form. And I request that one of these be used because the one that they've provided doesn't really follow the usual method. I don't think it even has a signature line. Let's see. No, I withdraw that. But it doesn't really cover it the way that's usually done from what I've seen. Thank you.
All right, so I noticed the plaintiff's version has damages for each cause of action, which is duplicative multiple times over. It also doesn't include self-defense, and it also doesn't include what was the other affirmative defense?
Contributory negligence.
Oh, comparative.
Yeah.
Contrib went away on time.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right.
I can modify it.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
What we submitted was to simplify the form as much as possible. I believe it even has fewer questions than the plaintiff's form. And that was after our discussion that the previous form was complicated, which we agree. We believe this is clear-cut. It includes all the issues. It should not be difficult for the jury to understand or to answer.
May I respond here?
Go ahead.
So the worst part of it is it again states by preponderance of the evidence. That's not usually in a special verdict form. They put that throughout the questions, kind of limiting, kind of creating a way for the jury to think ahead of time. It just doesn't make sense to have that there. I can modify mine. I have a printer. I can make changes in a couple of minutes. I print out the version that the court wants me to print. And the special verdict that I've submitted, I've seen all kinds of attorneys use it. I've never seen this version. And they would have to change it anyway because of the preponderance of the evidence, and it doesn't really tell the jury how to move along. So, for example, under assault, you have a question, yes or no, and then it says if you answer the question 1 is yes, then answer question 2. If you answered no, then proceed to question 6. Theirs doesn't have any of that. It's very confusing and has that preponderance of the evidence language. So definitely I would ask that language be taken out, preponderance of the evidence. And if it could follow more along the lines of a special verdict form, that would possibly make it a better form, but still it would confuse it.
Your Honor, as far as the instructions, it's just clearly not true. The verdict form specifically states what the jury is supposed to do after they answer every question. There are other problems with plaintiff's form that would be beyond just little modifications. As you mentioned, the damages issue is very likely to lead to confusion and possibly duplicative damages awards. So if the court is inclined to ask that one of these be modified, we believe it should be this one. And we would, if the court has an issue with preponderance of evidence language, we can strike that language. Otherwise, it would be the same.
Can you strike it and print it within
Yes.
the next 5 minutes?
Certainly in the next 10 minutes.
Be heard?
Go ahead.
So again, Your Honor, the way that they've had it is not the way that the Casey instructions read. The Casey instructions do not have these boxes. It's a confusing way. It doesn't allow the jury to really answer the questions. They have to just say yes or no for everything. It doesn't break it down. So, for example, they're not able to answer the 4 parts of the question. For example, assault, it has 4 parts, and their form does not have the ability, the jury cannot answer the 4 different parts. They have to either go with everything or nothing. And that's not how a special verdict form, or any verdict form, is done. So I have a printer with me today. I can make changes. I can email it to the court if the court wants to do something with it. Their form doesn't cover any of these questions for any of them. Either it's all or nothing, and that's not how a special verdict form reads. So I would ask that the court. Well,
I'm just inclined to do a general verdict at this point in time.
I'm willing to accept that, if that's what the court wishes to do, but theirs is really off base, and it does not cover all the 4 parts.
Your Honor, there's multiple causes of action. Affirmative defenses that apply to some causes of action but not others. We believe it's important, at least for our ill rights, among other things, that we have a special verdict form in this case. I'd be happy to work on it.
Well, I mean, actually, I think the defendant's proposed verdict form is the equivalent of a general verdict.
Well, may I be heard, please?
Go ahead.
So again, I'm looking at my form here, and first of all, the question is, are we doing the punitive damages question? At least if I can narrow it down to, does the court want number 19 or not?
Well, I'm not inclined to do the plaintiff's version at this point in time.
No, I understand, but I just wanted to know if you wanted to have punitive damages, if that question, because the question is the same.
Your Honor, under the motion to bifurcate, the jury decides entitlement to punitive damages.
Exactly. So here's my question on punitive damages in the defense's proposed version. You've got punitive damages attached to negligence. Was that your intention?
Along with the instruction that it cannot be caused, that punitive damages are not awardable if the conduct was by mistake.
I'm sorry, you said you can get punitive damages for negligence?
No, not if it's by mistake.
Not if it's what?
No. We don't believe you can.
Okay, so but you do have a punitive damages question linked to question number 9, which is damages for negligence and comparative.
We can strike out the end of that of 12.
Okay.
Question 12.
Here's what I want to do. I think the defense version of the verdict form is, for all intents and purposes, a general verdict on each cause of action. I think it's straightforward. I don't think it's confusing. And so the only remaining issue that I have with it is that you've got damages for each section, whereas there's a jury verdict that says that they only decide damages once. So how do we deal with that?
So we did it. We did the form this way just to avoid having to ask questions like, did you answer question this? Did you answer question that? However, if you look at question 7, for example, it says if you already answered question 4, which is the same, skip this question. So the intent is to have only one of those be answered. And if you fill the form out, that's how it works.
May I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Each cause of action can have its own separate damages. And that's why in their form it is the way that they have it, and that's why I did the same thing. So I would request that the jury be allowed to break it down on damages and decide what type of damages are for assault and battery. Those are kind of coupled together. It shouldn't be, but they are. And then intentional infliction of emotional distress.
And that arguably kind of makes sense to me. Let's say that they find that the assault was limited to the scratch and nothing more. that the scratch itself did not cause past or future, maybe isn't going to cause future emotional distress, but they find that the intentional infliction of emotional distress was more longer lasting.
For example, Your Honor, have you heard?
Go ahead.
For example, they may find that there was an assault and battery and no intentional infliction of emotional distress. By removing the damages section, they would never be able to award any damages. So that's why I request that it at least be left there so that they could give damages to the parts that they wish to give. And counsel on both sides can argue duplication, don't give it twice, break it down.
Your Honor, that would be incredibly complicated, difficult to separate. It wouldn't work. I understand your position, but there needs to be some way of ensuring that there's not duplicative damages award.
Your Honor, they have multiple attorneys on their end. They created this form. If the court is going to go along with their form, then they should have to live with the form that they created.
The form that we've created does not have that risk of duplicative damages. I'm sorry. The other thing is that I think we've already established with the jury instructions that if there are not damages that are awardable under some causes of action, then
May I add one more thing, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm sure the court has seen it in many cases where it is broken down. There's the damages award specifically for one cause of action, like in this case, assault and battery, and another one for intentional infliction of emotional distress. In closing argument, counsel obviously can argue how this form should be filled out, and as confusing it is to me, I'll have to just live with it. But to take away the damages section in assault and battery would mean that it is too confusing. It should be separate so that the jury can decide whether there should be any damages for assault and battery and any damages for any other cause of action.
Your Honor, we could, in theory, have one question for the damages and just not duplicate them. And that the only difference there would be we would have questions like, did you answer yes to question 3? Did you answer yes? Like what we did with the punitive damages. That would be one of the differences.
How about we modify question 7? What are Ms. Ellis's damages? If you answer question 4, only include additional damages for this cause of action.
Can we include if any, Your Honor?
If any.
I'm confused. So again, it is very confusing because assault and battery is a separate cause of action and has its own damages component. By leaving the form as is, the jury can then decide if they're going to give any damages for assault and battery.
They can. It's under question 4.
Right, in 4. And then they can do it again for 7. They can do it again for 9. They might not do it in any of them. So that way they're able to break it down and decide what, if any, damages they're going to be awarded. Each cause of action has its own damages award.
But you can't double count.
I'm sorry, Aaron?
You can't double count, though.
Double count? What does that mean?
Meaning include the same emotional distress that if they find that she has a certain amount of emotional distress, are you asking them to allocate it between the different causes of action or just...
No. I'm just straight asking assault and battery. This is what it is. If you find that an assault and battery, it should really be separate. Now, let's say we take it as together. We say Was there an assault and battery? And then what are the damages for assault and battery? I mean, it's really harmful to have it assault and battery combined, because the swing that was taken was the assault and the cut to the face was the battery. So we're then limited to one damages, and number 4, we're limited to one set of damages for both assault and battery. So then in my closing, I have to explain that. Same thing, intentional infliction of emotional distress. Separate cause of action, it has its own damages. Negligence has its own damages.
Your Honor, I believe that, first of all, the addition that you proposed would address that. Not including something or just including more damages questions would make everything more complicated. Another proposal, Your Honor, however, is we could do separate verdict forms, one for and have damages only after liability. It would make things less complicated.
Go ahead.
So yeah, separate verdict form complicates it even further. This is a form that defense has prepared. It was well thought out, and it doesn't even break down the 4 different parts of the question. If we're going to live with this, I ask that at least we have those damages for each section. I'm not going to ask for the same thing 3 times. It's going to be broke. If I'm going to do it, I'll break it down. This is worth this, the other is worth the other. It's not the same. Your Honor. So I ask that the form we submit it as is, and just if the court is going to go along with their form, then at least I would ask that. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to ask that you modify question number 7 to, if you answered question 4, only include additional damages under this cause of action, if any.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you. And what happens with the other one, Your Honor, number 9? Same thing?
Same thing. Can we do that?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
And Your Honor, will we be giving number 13?
Yes.
Your Honor, just to confirm, question 12, we're going to omit the last 3 words or question 9.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. There's a request for judicial notice regarding the date of the NBA game.
Yes, there is. I did file that yesterday, and I served it a copy on the defense counsel.
And I'm sorry, what was the testimony of the date that the photograph was taken?
Miss Almanzar stated that that the photo was taken on the date of the NBA All-Star game, which was the date of the accident, the date of the incident of February 24, 2018, about 6:30 p.m. She testified that that's when the photograph was taken, and her nails looked like that on that date. There's no question that the All-Star game was on February 18th of 2018, so it's just a clarification so that the jury is clear of when the game is. This is common knowledge. There's no question about it. I've given different exhibits confirming that the All-Star game was on February 18th of 2018, and that's why I filed this.
All right. And for the defense?
Yes, Your Honor. What Mr. Rosen is saying is absolutely false. I'd like to read what my client testified to. Cardi, I'm going to put this in front of you. Cardi, can you please look at this photograph and tell me, do you recognize this? Answer, yes. Question, what's this photograph? Answer, that is me out here in LA at the All-Star Weekend NBA game. Question, does this picture refresh your recollection about what your hair color was that week? Answer, yes. What color was it? Answer, I'll say
Read
like...
more slowly, please.
Sure. Answer, I'll say like an ashy, dirty blonde. Question, can you see your nails in that photo? Answer, yes. Question, were you wearing acrylic nails or some other type? Answer, acrylic. Question, I think you testified yesterday that acrylic nails can last you up to 2 weeks. Is that right? Answer, yes. Question, are those the nails you had the entire time you were in LA? Answer, yes. And I can continue reading, Your Honor, but nowhere does my client say that this was taken on February 24, 2018. She doesn't reference a date. And Mr. Rosen represented this to you twice last Wednesday, that the court was advised and everybody was advised that it was on February 24th of 2018. He later said she testified that she got this picture taken on the same day. She testified under oath that at 6 p.m., he just said 6:30, on February 24th, 2018, that this picture was taken. That's absolutely false, Your Honor. I'd be happy to provide a copy of the transcript to the court.
Okay.
May I respond?
And one other thing, Your Honor,
Go ahead.
my understanding under California law is that you can't take judicial notice of the truth of the contents of a website. And there is case law on point I can refer the court to.
Well, I'm not necessarily worried about that. I'm just worried about whether, I don't think that there was any representations of the date it was taken. She did just reference it generally, but the substance of the testimony was that she had those nails for the entire time that she was here. So whether it was taken on one day or a different day, I don't think that's material.
May I respond?
Go ahead.
So, the purpose of this is really not to make anybody right or wrong. The purpose of judicial notice is just to clarify the All-Star game took place, and the second half of it is when the photograph was taken. There's overwhelming evidence attached from different news outlets. There's
Again, is it material? The date? She said she had those nails for the entire week.
it's material, Your Honor, because the defendant testified that that's what she was wearing later in the day, the exact same day. She had those nails. You have the date of the incident. What was the error there is that the All-Star game was on February 18th of 2018, and the court said that we didn't have credible evidence at that time about it, so that's why the judicial notice was prepared so that the court can see for itself that the All-Star game was on February 18th of 2018. And
Okay, I'm going to deny the request for judicial notice. All right. Are we otherwise ready?
there's one more thing, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
The court asked that I prepare a statement regarding the death of John Sherritt.
Okay. Do you have that?
Yes, I do. I did give it to the court. It would say, plaintiff testified that she treated with John Sherritt, MD, in relation to this case in 2018. It is undisputed that Dr. Sherritt died on March 5th, 2021.
After a lot of back and forth, what we agreed to, what I agreed to, was that the court can instruct the jury that it is undisputed that Dr. Sherritt died, period. This March 5th, 2021 date, it's not in evidence. Plaintiff didn't testify. She said she understood he died sometime in 2021. She also testified, and we launched the transcripts. I can cite to where in the transcript she says it. Page 148, lines 12 through 149, line 15, she says that she went to see a Dr. Sherritt, and he told her not to have any treatment. So this assertion that plaintiff testified that she treated with John Sherritt is not supported by the evidence. The only portion of this that is actually what I agreed to was it is undisputed that Dr. Sherritt died, period.
Okay.
You heard?
So, this is what I would propose reading. Plaintiff testified that she treated with John Sherritt, MD, does not dispute that Dr. Sherritt passed away.
Your Honor, she did not testify she treated with Dr. Sherritt. She sought medical treatment. This is page 148, line 12 through 14. Around that time, unclear when that is, did you also seek medical treatment from Dr. John Sherritt? I did. And then at line 22, and when you saw him, did he advise you that you needed to wait at least 1 year? He did. So,
Okay.
that goes on page 149.
So I will read, plaintiff sought treatment with John Sherritt. It does not dispute that he's passed away.
Well, plaintiff testified. Plaintiff testified she sought.
Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What will we read, Your Honor?
Plaintiff testified that she sought treatment with John Scher, MD. It is not dispute that he has passed away.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, now are you ready?
Well, there's a couple things. In my closing argument, I need the verdict form, so I can't start without.
We're working.
Is yawning. She like she tired. She like she. Y'all, I'm over this. I'm over this. That's how she in here. Like, I'm over this. I'm tired. I'm yawning. Y'all ain't talking about nothing 'cause I'm finna win this. But if Cardi B is in the wrong, you guys, she deserves to get whatever she gets. Because you can't be out here, you know what I'm saying, hitting people and scratching people with them long pointy nails and stuff. You can't be out here doing that. Who is doing that at the age that she is? I mean, people are, but come on now, we gotta do better. Let's get back into it.
On that.
That in hand. The other thing I wanted to say, Your Honor, is Your Honor did allow me to argue and clarify the NBA All-Star game when it was, the photograph. I want to be very clear that I intend to argue that in my closing.
It's not in evidence, though. I think what you said was they didn't provide the date. And you're fine, you can argue that they didn't properly authenticate the photograph in terms of the date.
Your Honor, the court said that I could argue this in my closing.
You could argue it. You could argue that they didn't establish what the date was.
And also that the All-Star game was on February 18, 2018, the week before. But the week before the incident, I don't see the harm in that. They can object to that. They can say their version. But that's part of my closing, Your Honor. And this photograph, by the way, this photograph was sprung at the last minute. It was never produced in discovery.
Go ahead.
Just briefly, a couple of questions. First, if you remember, counsel violated a motion in limine order. And now he's talking about arguing things that are not in evidence, which is completely improper. I don't want to object every 5 minutes to his closing argument. I would ask that at least let me say, if the court doesn't want to tell him, that he has to follow the rules. He can't argue things that aren't in evidence. He can't violate the motions in limine.
I think it's readily apparent that you can't argue facts that aren't in evidence. I think plaintiff's counsel knows that. I think he knows that he would be violating the rules of professional responsibility by intentionally arguing facts that are outside the evidence that was presented in court. If he wants to present that and you want to object, then that's how we'll proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the same. Are you done?
Then two procedural questions. Does the second monitor work and can it be facing the jury so they can clearly see it?
I don't think so. We're in the middle of a transition and I don't know.
Okay. And
We can see it's not.
Your Honor's preference, we have demonstratives and we have things we're going to show, intend to show. Do we need permission to publish admitted exhibits?
No.
And do we need permission to publish demonstratives? They have been provided to plaintiff's counsel.
No. And it's argument.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else from plaintiff's counsel?
Yes, Your Honor. I feel that what counsel has just stated is really below the belt and disrespectful to my side. I would never argue things that are outside of the evidence.
I think you just said you were going to.
No, I didn't say I was going to.
I haven't been to the grocery store in months because this delivery service offers hundreds of high-quality, non-GMO groceries and recipes that help me feel my
Taken on the day.
Correct. Your position on Wednesday was that they didn't establish the right date, and you can make that argument.
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
All right. Are we ready to move to the jury?
I must have the verdict form before I start.
All right.
They're being printed right now.
Okay. All right. Ms. Quinlan?
Giving us this pause right now. what y'all think Cardi B gonna, she gonna win this case? From the last Young Dolph case, I thought that Go Vance was gonna go down for what he, plotted. But you guys, it wasn't that I was wrong. It was that, their decision was their decision, and I can't change their
All right,
decisions.
welcome back, everyone. We're still on the record in the Alice matter. We now have defendant with us as well as the members of our jury and our alternate. Based on the fact that you're all here, I'm assuming no one hit the lotto over the weekend. Folks, we thank you for your patience. We did have a few procedural issues that we needed to address prior to bringing you in. We are now ready to proceed with the last batch of jury instructions. I'll try to give context to these to the extent that it's necessary. I will put them into the package where they belong, but I do need to give these to you. And we're going to relieve the court reporter of her obligations to report these by stipulation of the parties. Okay, here we go. Words alone, however threatening, do not amount to an assault. Aggressive and threatening actions do not constitute an assault unless they were intended to cause immediate, harmful, or offensive contact. If you decide that Ms. Almanzar assaulted or battered Ms. Ellis, you should fine for Ms. Almanzar if you decide that Ms. Almanzar was acting in self-defense. To succeed, Ms. Almanzar must prove both of the following by a preponderance of evidence: that Ms. Almanzar reasonably believed that Ms. Ellis was going to harm her, and that Ms. Almanzar used only the amount of force that was reasonably necessary to protect herself. Ms. Almanzar claims that Ms. Ellis's own negligence caused or contributed to Ms. Ellis's claimed harm. To succeed on this claim, Ms. Almanzar must prove both of the following: that Ms. Ellis was negligent, and that Ms. Ellis's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. If Ms. Almanzar proves the above, Ms. Ellis's damages are reduced by your determination of the percentage of Ms. Ellis's responsibility. I will calculate the actual reduction. Ms. Ellis may only establish her claim for negligence if she proves that Ms. Almanzar engaged in negligent conduct that caused Ms. Ellis to suffer physical injuries. If Ms. Ellis can prove that Ms. Almanzar caused her to suffer only emotional injuries, and this is under the negligence cause of action, Ms. Ellis cannot establish her claim for negligence. Emotional distress in suffering, anguish, fright, horror, nervousness, grief, anxiety, worry, shock, humiliation, or shame. Ms. Ellis claims that Ms. Almanzar assaulted her. To establish this claim, Ms. Ellis must prove all of the following: that Ms. Almanzar acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact, that Ms. Ellis reasonably believed that she was about to be touched in a harmful or an offensive manner, that Ms. Ellis did not consent to the conduct, that Ms. Ellis was harmed, and that Ms. Almanzar's conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. A touching is offensive if it offends a reasonable sense of personal dignity. Words alone do not amount to an assault. Outrageous conduct is so extreme that it goes beyond all possible bounds of decency. Conduct is outrageous if a reasonable person would regard the conduct as intolerable in a civilized society. Outrageous conduct does not include insults, threats, indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, petty oppressions, bad manners, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. Outrageous conduct also does not extend to profanity, obscenity, or abusive language without circumstances of aggravation. In deciding whether defendant's conduct was outrageous, you may consider, among other factors, the following: whether defendant abused a position of authority or a relationship that gave her real or apparent power to affect plaintiff's interests, whether defendant knew that plaintiff was particularly vulnerable to emotional distress, and whether Ms. Almanzar knew that her conduct would likely result in harm due to mental distress. Under Factor A, which is the position of authority, examples of positions of authority or relationships of power include an employer, a landlord to his or her tenant, a hospital to its patients, an attorney to his or her client, or a religious institution to its members. Ms. Almanzar acted with reckless disregard in causing Ms. Ellis's emotional distress if Ms. Almanzar knew that emotional distress would probably result from her conduct, or Ms. Almanzar gave little or no thought to the probable effects of her conduct. If you decide that Amani Ellis suffered damages that will continue for the rest of her life, you must determine how long she will probably live. According to the National Vital Statistics Report, a 32-year-old female is expected to live another person is likely to live, but is not conclusive. Probably live. According to the National Vital Statistics Report, a 32-year-old female is damages from Ms. Almanzar under more than one legal theory. However, each item of damages from Ms. Almanzar under more than one legal theory. However, each item of damage be asked to decide whether Ms. Almanzar is liable to Ms. Ellis under the following legal theories: battery, assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and negligence. Ms. Ellis's claimed damages are recoverable only once under all of the above legal theories. And the verdict form breaks that down for you. The following are specific items of non-economic damages claimed by Amani Ellis. Physical pain, mental suffering, and emotional distress. No fixed standard exists for deciding the amount of these non-economic damages. You must use your judgment to decide a reasonable amount based on the evidence and your common sense. To recover for future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, humiliation, emotional distress, Amani Ellis must prove that they are reasonably certain to suffer that harm. For future physical pain, actually, I think, okay, no, we're fine. For future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, humiliation, and emotional distress, determine the amount in current dollars paid at the time of the judgment that will compensate Amani Ellis for that future physical pain, mental suffering, loss of enjoyment of life, disfigurement, physical impairment, inconvenience, grief, anxiety, and humiliation, and emotional distress. If you decide that Ms. Almanzar's conduct caused Ms. Ellis's harm, you must decide whether that conduct justifies an award of punitive damages against Ms. Almanzar. The amount of punitive damages, if any, will be decided later. You may award punitive damages against the defendant only if plaintiff proves by clear and convincing evidence that Ms. Almanzar engaged in that conduct with malice, oppression, or fraud. If you define that defendant accidentally harmed plaintiff, punitive damages are not appropriate and should not be awarded. In deciding whether or not to award punitive damages against the defendant, you may consider whether defendant's acts were the consequence of a sudden heat of passion that was provoked by plaintiff. Malice means that defendant acted with the intent to cause injury, or that a defendant's conduct was despicable and was done with a willful and knowing disregard of the rights or safety of another. A defendant acts with knowing disregard when a defendant is aware of the probable dangerous consequences of her conduct and deliberately fails to avoid those consequences. Oppression means that a defendant's conduct was despicable and subjected the plaintiff to cruel and unjust hardship in knowing disregard of the plaintiff's rights. Despicable conduct is conduct that is so vile, base, or contemptible that it would be looked down on and despised by reasonable people. Fraud means that the defendant intentionally misrepresented or concealed a material fact and did so intending to harm the plaintiff. During the trial, plaintiff testified that she sought treatment from John Scher, MD. It is not in dispute that Dr. Scher has passed away. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the additional jury instruction, and we're back on the record with the court reporter. That concludes the additional jury instructions that we are adding to those instructions that I previously read. At this point in time, it is the time for the attorneys to give you their closing arguments. Please keep in mind my instructions regarding the facts in this case. You are the ones who are to determine the facts, and to the extent that the attorneys argue facts that you do not believe were proven during the trial, please rely on your own finding of what the facts are. And similarly, to the extent that the attorneys argue law that is contrary to the law that I've just given you, please rely on the law that I gave you. And with that, is plaintiff prepared to give your closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. I would just ask for a quick sidebar for a moment, please.
What do y'all think what's gonna happen, okay? Like, it can go either way. It can go either way. Either way, either way. And Cardi B knows she would have been had some nails on, some long nails and all that. Oh, she wanna wear some little bit of the thumbnail. Girl, you know,
A brief conversation at
girl.
sidebar, and now is plaintiff prepared to proceed with your closing argument as soon as you get there?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
And just for any members of the gallery, if you are not a member of the press and you don't have a sheriff's badge as well, you're not allowed to use any electronic devices or phones. Thank you for that.
Thank you all for coming back today. So at this point, both sides will be giving our closing argument, basically a summation of everything you've heard, just so you can jot down things, take notes if you feel comfortable. So you all heard all of the evidence in this case, and the distinction between a civil case and a criminal case are different. And what that means is, in a civil case, our proof, what has to be in the box, is greater than 50%. Touch more than 50%, maybe a featherweight more than 50%. 51%. It's not 100%. The standard is a little bit more than 50%. In this case, you've heard lots and lots of testimony. We've had the plaintiff who's testified. We've had the plaintiff's mother who's testified. We've had the plaintiff's grandmother who's testified. Those three witnesses explained their recollection about the scar. There was testimony that the scar, or the cut, came from this incident. That's a very, very important fact. There's really nothing to contradict that. If anything, our expert witness, Dr. Mulliken, you remember he came to court. He's a very well-respected doctor that specializes in plastic surgery. And his testimony was that, in his opinion, as an expert, that when the way that this scar, the way that this cut happened was from fingernails. And that there were three different scrapes, three different scratches. And that the middle one was the deepest one. And that's really the one that he worked on. Now, the issue in this case, well, before I go to that, is the photograph that you saw, okay, which is in evidence. There's a photograph of the scar, which is a 2-centimeter scar. The photograph, because of the skin color, it does not show well in photos. The cut that was on the face does not show up as well. So you may have to really look at it deeper than just had it been someone else. The other thing that I wanted to highlight is I really just don't understand. The defendant came here, used all of this foul language. This is a court of law. You cannot speak this way in court. I have never seen this before. And for her to use all of those words, F word, B word, all these different words, it's a disrespect to us. It's a disrespect to the judge. It's disrespect to this courthouse. You cannot come to court and say these kind of words. It's just disrespectful. And just because Miss also known as Cardi B, is a celebrity, doesn't mean that she could just say and do whatever she wants and attack people. Okay? If you recall, just to give you a little bit of background about Miss Ellis. When she was 19 years old, she moved out of her house. She went to college. She's a college graduate. She has a bachelor's degree. She went on to become a security guard for 4 years, from 2014 to 2018. She
she did whatever she needed to do to become a licensed security guard. And she did that job. And when this incident happened in 2018, that was cut off. She lost her future in security work, in something further, whether it's FBI, police, attorney, whatever she wanted to do. This incident cut it off. No more. Because of the trauma that she sustained. And I get it. There were doctors who gave their opinions. For example, the defense brought Dr. Rosenberg. Nice guy, gentleman. He complimented me. Maybe he's doing that because he's a psychiatrist and he knows what to say to twist everything. But the point is, he got $40,000 to come here and basically tell us that the plaintiff didn't suffer any emotional injury. That's not the facts. The facts are, Imani Ellis was working as security guard. There was a change. Okay, it's very, very traumatic to be assaulted and battered. I can only imagine the embarrassment, the emotions, the pain that Miss Imani Ellis suffered. Now, in this case, there was overwhelming testimony that Miss Ellis was working as a security guard at the time of the incident. There's no question. She was in full uniform. She had a badge on. Even the defendant admitted, yes, I understood that this person was a security guard. And there has to be some level of respect. These are not doormen or doorwomen. The defendant, when she came to the building, instead of listening to the plaintiff, to listening to her commands, you got to do this, you got to do that, please leave the building, different commands were given to her, which none were followed. They were all ignored. Instead, the defendant thought that, Miss Ellis was on her phone. She was telling people that I'm here. These were the thoughts that were going through her head at the time, and she's testified to those. However, that's not the case. Miss Ellis testified that she's never had a fight before. She's never done anything to harm anybody. She's never had any fight with anybody. And her mother and her grandmother also testified. She's a model citizen. She's a hardworking person. And she simply, her whole goal of doing this, to be here and sit here and go through this, is so she could move on with her life. Sometimes people have to be heard. Be heard. So by you all being here and hearing everything that's gone on, you have given her a sense of closure where she can move on and go on to the next step and the next phase. She's only 32 years old and she has plans. She has plans to do other things in her life. So we're very thankful that you gave us that opportunity. Each and every one of you, we're very thankful. The other thing I wanted to mention is the phone. It would be impossible for someone to be videotaping someone and be on a phone call at the same time. I tried it myself. And the error message that you would get if you tried it is, recording video is not available while on a call. So it couldn't be. The two of them couldn't be done at the same time. Miss Ellis told Cardi B multiple times, I am not recording you. I am not telling anybody that you are here. I'm simply doing my job. And instead of maybe agreeing or investigating further, Miss Almanzar, Cardi B, got angry and started yelling and cursing and spitting on Miss Ellis and calling her different words, using the N-word to disrespect her.
Y'all, I believe this because Cardi B got a foul, foul mouth. We all know this. The whole world that who looks at what she does know that she have a foul, foul mouth and she do the most weirdest stuff, the most craziest stuff, and she deserves what she deserves, okay? I don't care for her. I'm just gonna be honest, be real. I don't care for Cardi B. No, I do not. Um, she in the court, she's so sleepy. Like she can't stay up. Girl, you was not sleepy. You was not sleeping. Then when she opened up her eyes, she never been sleepy. Like feel like she's sleepy. Like it, this is so weird to me. I don't care for the woman. I'm just being real.
Calling her the B word, calling her fat, anything to try to
I
trigger
believe
her
it.
and make her upset and embarrass her. Sometimes words are more painful than the physical. And to add
Yes.
insult to injury, she then cut her face and caused a scar on her face. And what happened then? Miss Ellis had to go see different doctors. The court did read about Dr. Scher a sentence that basically that there's this undisputed Dr. Scher died. And Miss Ellis basically testified that initially, a couple months after the incident, she saw Dr. McKenzie, a psychologist, through her workers' compensation. She was given that. She got 7 visits with that doctor. During that time, she also saw Dr. Scher, who was another plastic surgeon. Unfortunately, we don't have him here. We don't have his records because he passed away. So that's why that was read to you in open court, so that it's some sense of fairness. Why there's no records from Dr. Scher.
Objection, Your Honor.
Assisting.
Then we learned throughout the case that when Cardi B came to the building, she caused a disturbance. She caused a disturbance. She was yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs, going crazy, yelling and screaming, to the point where 2 other witnesses, Miss Malcolm, which was the secretary of the doctor, and Dr. David Finke, was so loud that those 2 people came out after about 40 to 50 seconds. Now, the issue with that is those 2 witnesses didn't see the 4 things that happened before that, which happened in the 40 to 50 seconds before. So yes, they're witnesses, but they're not witnesses to that first part, that first segment, which would include taking a swing at Miss Ellis, spitting on Miss Ellis, calling her the N-word, and ultimately cutting her face. None of that was seen by those 2 witnesses. So yeah, they're witnesses, but they're witnesses to the aftermath. They're witnesses to what happened afterwards. They're not eyewitnesses. They don't know what really happened. And when they
Cardi B, you know you did that, girl. You know you did it.
arrived, Miss Ellis was so upset. Can you imagine all those 4 things happening? Being disrespected, embarrassed, who knows what else happened? All of that was done to her, and she still was able. So when these 2 witnesses come out of their offices, they can only see an angry person. They didn't see what led up to that, and they had assumed that it's her fault maybe, or that she did something wrong. But again, those 2 witnesses didn't really see much. They saw something after the fact. And then you have Miss Malcolm, who decided on her own, this was her choice, to squeeze herself in between the 2 people. Well, that's a risk that she took. And if she somehow got a cut to her face or a scratch or something, well, we don't know who did that. We really don't know.
Stop going to sleep, Cardi B. Stop it. Just stop it. They need to just say something to her right now. Stop going to sleep, Cardi B, okay? Like real talk, like look at her. Just sleeping. Like she ain't got a worry in the world. Like, come on, girl. You know I don't care for you, but I still, like, come on, girl. Come on now. Be for real.
She didn't even know. Miss Malcolm testified that she did not know who scratched her face. She has no idea. What does that mean? It could be from either one. It could be from the commotion that's going on. These things happen so fast, we have no real idea as to what really happened. Unfortunately, there was no video camera there. There was no other witnesses that actually saw it. So it really comes down to one thing. Do you believe Miss Ellis? Why not? You should. She's a hard-working security guard. She was doing her job with no prior anything. At some point during the trial, the defendant showed you Exhibit 232. You all remember this photograph? Exhibit 232, this is a photograph. Now, the issue with this photograph is there's really no way to know the date that this photograph was taken. There's no way to know. We don't know when it was taken.
Objection.
There is no proof of when this photograph was taken. It could have been taken at any time, before or after the incident. It could have been, and in this case, the defendant testified that this photograph was taken on the date of the incident.
Objection, Your Honor.
That was her testimony. But where's the proof? Do you really believe that a celebrity can't prove when this photograph was taken? She testified that this photograph was taken at the All-Star, NBA All-Star game. There's no proof of that anywhere? That's just false. There is proof of when this photograph was taken. It just wasn't given to us. It wasn't provided to us. So we can't rely on this photograph because there's no date on this photograph. The next thing that Miss Ellis did is she made an incident report. 2 days after the incident, Miss Ellis wrote an email to her boss and followed what she was supposed to do to explain all of the details of what happened to her. And she did follow company policy and did what they asked her to do. She called her supervisor, made an incident report, and did everything possible to document all of the different things that happened to her on that date of February 24th, 2018. The other important issue is Cardi B testified that she came to the building, at least downstairs of the building. She had a security guard with her, Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, that's her security guard. He didn't testify in this case. Why not? Where is he? Disappeared? Miss Ellis testified that when she saw this security guard downstairs in the lobby, and she met with him there, Mr. Newton apologized for what happened. Mr. Newton should have testified in this case and could have testified in this case, but he didn't. And there is a jury instruction, KC Jury Instruction 203, which deals with a party having power to produce better evidence. The jury instruction states, you may consider the ability of each party to provide evidence. If a party provided weaker evidence when it could have provided stronger evidence, you may distrust the weaker evidence. That's what the law is. So, where is Mr. Newton? I don't know. He was on the witness list. He should have came here and testified.
Assisting.
Another important fact is, if a witness is not credible on one point, you can disregard their entire testimony. When you go back into the jury room, you will have all of these different jury instructions. And each jury instruction will be there for you where you can read and understand what the law is and how it applies to this case. And as I told you before, testimony is evidence, and you can rely on testimony alone to come up with your verdict. KC 107 states, do not make any decision simply because there were more witnesses on one side than on the other side. If you believe it to be true, the testimony of a single witness is enough to prove a fact. So in this case, you've heard from different witnesses. Just because one side may have more witnesses or less, that's not how it works. One witness is sufficient to prove a fact. You initially heard that Ms. Ellis saw the Dr. Nicole McKenzie. Dr. McKenzie testified. She's a psychologist. She treated the patient in her office, between her and other providers in her office, a total of 7 visits for a period of 8 months. Ms. Ellis did seek psychological care and received it. She also, as I said, went to Dr. Scher. Dr. Scher advised her that he could not do the plastic surgery for a couple reasons. One is, you have to wait at least a year. You have to wait at least 1 year, 1 to 2 years, to determine if the scar will become a keloid. If the cut will become a keloid, if it will become a scar. Sometimes it may go away on its own. In this case, it did not go away. After that time period, if we all remember that in April of 2020, the pandemic occurred. We had this pandemic outbreak where everything was closed. You can't just go and have elective surgery. So the case was delayed. Medical treatment was delayed. That's why Ms. Ellis waited. Another factor is affordability. She had to find a doctor. We had to help her find a doctor that was willing to work on a lean basis. Dr. Mulliken testified that he would agree that he treated her on a lean basis. What that means is she still owes the money. However, in a court case, what happens is the doctor will agree to treat the patient and delay payment. They delay getting paid. That's what Dr. Mulliken did. Dr. Mulliken testified that he fully examined Ms. Ellis. He then decided, with his expertise as a board-certified plastic surgeon, that it would be beneficial for Ms. Ellis to have plastic surgery and have this done in a surgery center. 2 different surgeries were done over a period of 3 to 4 months so that Ms. Ellis could... there were 2 issues. She had hypersensitivity, a little bit of hypersensitivity, and also, as a woman, she doesn't want to have a scar to her face. And all the time, every day, waking up in the morning, looking in the mirror, remembering the event, it reminded her. It does remind. Now, the defendant had the ability to hire their own plastic surgeon and have their own expert witness.
I'm sorry.
And in this case, the defendant decided not to hire one. So what does that mean? What that means is you really got to take what Dr. Mulliken says with a lot of importance, a lot of truth. There is no other doctor from the defense side. They could have spent money and hired somebody and had them testify here and tell us, yeah, Dr. Mulliken's work is no good, or she could have done something different, but we don't have that here. You have one doctor on the plaintiff's side basically explaining all of his expert opinions. And he's a board-certified plastic surgeon for 30 years. He's affiliated with UCLA, and even testified that he, in his career currently, does teach medical students at UCLA to help them in their careers of becoming plastic surgeons themselves. Now, when you go back into the jury room, you will see Dr. Mulliken's records and bills that are part of this case. They've been admitted into evidence, and you will see his medical report, and you will see his medical bills. Those are admitted into evidence. You'll have that in the jury room, so you can see it for yourselves. And if you remember, even Dr. Rosenberg had testified that he has seen Dr. Mulliken in other cases. He's been an expert in other cases working alongside Dr. Mulliken. And this is a very well-respected doctor. He went to Yale Medical School. Even Dr. Rosenberg testified that he had impressive credentials. He acknowledged that fact. And the other thing that I wanted to discuss would be the fingernails. The Cardi B testified that most of the time she would have long fingernails of 3 inches. That's her style. That's what she did. And in this case, not only did she have these long, sharp fingernails, she also had rhinestones. If you remember Dr. Finke, he was a fingernail, that was his thing. And he basically said he remembers the rhinestones, that they were protruding.
Objection, Your Honor.
They were raised.
Sustained.
When Cardi B testified, she acknowledged that she refused to listen to Miss Ellis, who was the security guard on duty at the time. There was also testimony by Cardi B that the two of them were chest to chest, touching. This was a touching that Miss Ellis didn't want. Miss Ellis didn't want to be connected to Cardi B physically, but Cardi B made that happen, and that's an unlawful touching. That alone, aside from the rest, that alone, Cardi B admitted to that fact. She said, that is what I did. I was chest to chest with Miss Ellis. Cardi B even testified that she was yelling and screaming so much that she acknowledged that it was possible that her spit went on to Miss Ellis. That was in the testimony. When Miss Ellis told Cardi B to leave the building, she should have left the building. Miss Ellis was hired by the owner of the building to keep the building secure and safe for tenants and other patients and visitors. Cardi B refused to listen to the security guard who was working there.
Yeah, we all know Cardi B don't listen to nobody. You know, you could be talking to her. She don't know what's coming, what's going. You see what she doing now? No, no. Yeah, all this nonsense getting on my nerves. What she doing?
At some point, Cardi B caused such a disturbance that what she was doing was a trespassing. You cannot be on the property when the owner or an extension of the owner tells you you have to leave. You have to leave. Miss Ellis's mother, Leanne Schmidt, testified. She testified that Miss Ellis obtained the scar to her left cheek as a result of this incident.
Objection, Your Honor.
Miss Ellis's mother testified that she recalled seeing the scar after this incident. Miss Ellis's mother testified that she saw changes in her daughter after this incident. Same with Miss Ellis's grandmother, Diane Schmidt. She also testified that she recalled seeing the scar after this incident and that she noticed a marked difference in Miss Ellis after the incident. That's her granddaughter. The defense put on a Dr. Rosenberg, who was a hired gun, received $40,000 for this case and makes millions of dollars in this type of work. He criticized the Kaiser Hospital for not writing down that Miss Ellis had emotional injuries when when Miss Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente for vaginal discharge in 2022. Dr. Rosenberg testified that there was an inconsistency when Miss Ellis went to Kaiser and didn't tell them about her emotional injuries. Why I'm bringing this up is very simple. When someone goes to an orthopedic surgeon, they don't talk about dental injuries. When someone goes to a gynecologist, they don't talk about emotional injuries. What really happens is when someone goes to a psychologist or psychiatrist, they tell them about their emotional injuries. When someone goes to a dentist, they tell them about their broken teeth. When someone goes to an orthopedic surgeon, they tell them about their neck pain.
I ordered 200 hand-forged knives to my dorm room and built a Wix website to sell them.
Every time you go to a doctor, no matter what specialty, you have to cover all these things. It's not real. It's not real life. Some of the doctors will even say, don't tell me, I don't want to know. I'm not writing it down.
Let's stick to what the evidence shows.
Yes, sir. We've all gone to doctors, and we all know when we go to a specialist, we'll focus on why we're there. Miss Ellis went to Kaiser Permanente Hospital for vaginal discharge in 2022 and different things throughout her time there. She didn't go there for emotional injuries. She didn't go to the psychiatric care there. She didn't get any psychological care there. None of that. So for Dr. Rosenberg to sit there and tell us there's inconsistencies because in Kaiser she didn't tell them about the emotional injuries, it just doesn't make sense. I want to talk a little bit more about Miss Malcolm. So I just want to remind you that when Miss Malcolm came out, 40 to 50 seconds had already transpired. She came to the aftermath. I know I've already said that, but I really want to hammer this home, that she is not a witness to what happened before. It's like a car accident. There's two cars, they have an accident. If a third car comes down the road a minute later and hits them, it's completely different. It has nothing to do with it. So that was inserted into this case to, in a sense, to muddy the waters, to kind of cloud what really happened. What really happened here in this case is Miss Ellis was working as a security guard. She had to be there. She was working there as a security guard. And Cardi B came along and thought she's above the law. She could do and say whatever she wants and attack Miss Ellis emotionally, physically, and do whatever she wants in a building which is inappropriate. We all know that when we go to a building, you got to be respectful, especially to security guards that are working there. These are not just doormen or doorwomen opening the door for you. You have to follow along with what they say. Next, we heard from Dr. Finke. Want to talk about inconsistencies? There was an inconsistency between Malcolm and Finke. Malcolm said, I don't know how I got this scratch on my forehead. I don't know. Dr. Finke comes out and says that Malcolm told him that Ellis had scratched her face. That's not true. That was never said. So this, if you remember, this is a 7.5-year-old incident, and that's a few thousand days ago. It takes a lot of time has passed, and an incident can be perceived differently by different people. So Miss Malcolm could have perceived it one way, and Dr. Finke could have perceived it one way. But again, same problem with him is when he came, everything had already been done. The whole incident already happened. The injury was already complete. And really this comes down to believing Miss Ellis. She gave you no reason not to. She's been truthful through me and through herself and through her witnesses to give you whatever is there, to provide for you all that she could with the things that she has available to her, so that you could give her the peace of mind, the closure, and yes, she is asking to be compensated for the loss that she sustained. She lost something, and by you compensating her with money damages, you're then evening the playing field. You're giving her what she lost back. So she's not trying to gain something that she's not entitled to. Unfortunately, she was abused, she was harmed, she was assaulted and battered by Cardi B. And Cardi B needs to pay for that and needs to be accountable.
Yes.
We need to hold her accountable. We should not just let her walk away and say, oh, everything you did was okay, and yeah, do it again.
You're gonna pause that right there. Like he was saying, she should be held accountable of what she have done to that woman. Yes, that woman's supposed to defend herself. If somebody coming towards you and scratching you with them long pointy nails, yes, some people you can get cut with long pointy nails. If somebody's scratching you hard enough, you can get cut with those nails. Cardi B act like a straight animal, you guys. Straight animal. Let's be honest, let's be clear. She act like a complete animal, you guys. Don't even act halfway hear me. And I'm like, this is crazy. Yes, she do needs to be held accountable for her actions, what she does, you guys. Because if she don't be held accountable for her actions, Cardi B is gonna continue to do these type of things, you guys. She's gonna think, oh, um, well, we could take this to trial because I'm gonna get off on it just like I got off on the first one or the second one or whatever. I'm just, I'm Cardi B. I'm a celebrity, and I'm gonna have the best lawyers, and I'm gonna get off. No, Cardi B, no. You need to learn your lessons. Whether somebody care for you or not, you need to learn your lessons, your mistakes, what you done, what you have done, and what you do. You need to learn from your mistakes because you're not getting younger. You're getting older. And if you don't learn from these mistakes, you're going to lead yourself in the pen somewhere, in jail, or in the pen for the things that you do. Everybody not going to let you hurt them because of who you are. Who cares about who you are? You a person just like anybody else. Anybody else. I don't care how much money somebody has. They not finna hurt me. They not finna neglect me in any type of way. Because we is not going for that. I would have did the same thing if I was in that woman's shoes and she was a security guard. I would have did the same thing. I would have called the police. Yes, I'm supposed to defend myself. If somebody hitting me, scratching me with them long pointy nails, they is sharp. Some of them pointy nails are very, very sharp. Some of them pointy nails are very, very sharp, and there's no lie. And Cardi B know that she's wrong for what she done, but she's trying to get up out of it. Yes, that woman's supposed to defend herself. If somebody hitting you and scratching you, you supposed to defend yourself. You don't supposed to just sit there let her just do what she do, or say what she say, and then and she hitting you or doing whatever she doing to you, and then you supposed to just sit there. No, who gonna sit there? Not me. Not me. Let's get back into this.
Now, in addition to seeing the two plastic surgeons and Dr. McKinsey, Miss Ellis also received another 12 visits. She testified that she saw psychologist Dr. Avila and other
Objection, Your Honor.
people in his office.
Violation of the court's order.
Move on. The other thing that Cardi B failed to do, or could have done, is she could have filed a cross complaint.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right. And then I want to go over a little bit about the medical bills. So you don't have to get it exact. It doesn't have to be an exact number. But there was testimony in this case that Miss Ellis had $17,500 in medical bills from Dr. Mulliken, the plastic surgeon, and another $18,000 in psychological care through her work comp and other things.
Objection, Your Honor.
17,000 plus another 18,000. Whoa, that's a lot. That's a lot of money. I'm just saying, if she got facts on that, and they're coming from the doctor, and what they put on the paper and things of that nature, whatever it was caused for her injuries or whatever, Cardi B, you gotta pay that woman, girl, because for one thing, she gotta pay her doctor visit, further, further from what she did pay, a little bit that she probably did pay, because she is a regular person just with a regular job. The job that she doing for you or whatever, a security job. And she ain't got the type of money. She ain't got the type of money like Cardi B. You know what I'm saying? To be going to these, she ain't got that type of money. She just a regular specular woman. They're trying to just make it and, just try to, live life the best way she possibly can. But she don't have the money to pay for all this medical stuff, and then going to hospitals and getting surgery done and stuff like that. That woman ain't got that type of money. If you ain't got no good insurance, if you ain't got no good insurance on your job, you is but out of luck, because you gonna definitely come out of pocket. Mm. Let's get back into it.
There was also testimony from Dr. Mulliken that he believed Miss Ellis could benefit from one more surgical procedure, another one, to make it better. The
Oh,
cost of that was $15,000.
Objection here.
The $15,000 that would be paid for that would, in Dr. Mulliken's expert opinion, it would make the scar better. It would reduce, it would, basically what I'm saying is there's still some scar on her face. And if you want to look at it, you're more than welcome. You can have her walk around, you can look at it for yourself. There is still some scar on her face. It's still there. It still bothers her. So that's why I'm asking that not only you give her the $17,500 in her past medical bills for the scar, that you give her another $15,000 for the future scar revision treatment. She didn't deserve this. She didn't deserve to be scratched and cut and spit on and all these things. All of the things that happened to Miss Ellis are they're wrong. And we want to make this wrong right. And how can we do that? Through each one of you. You have the power to make this wrong right and close the books for Miss Ellis so she can move on with her life as much as she possibly could. And yes, the only way to do that right now, for today's purposes, is to reimburse her for the losses that she sustained. Those are the medical bills, the past, and the future. The other thing that is an important way of compensating Miss Ellis is for her pain and suffering.
We're gonna pause that right there, you guys. Miss Ellis, girl, I hope you get this conversation, this money from Cardi B, the one that who scratch you all up and cut you with them long pointy nails. I hope you get everything that that you deserve, lady. I really does. Cardi B is a whole animal out here, in a human body. But when you're dealing with Illuminati here, when you're dealing with people that don't believe in God and stuff like that, and claim that they do, but then they really, really don't, because this how they do in the industry. They claim that they believe in God, and when they say God, you guys, it don't be the same type of God that we serve up here. It be the enemy. They call the God, but they don't say the enemy. They say God, and we'll be thinking, oh, they 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 believe in God. They believe in their own God, you guys. Their own God. But I think this woman should get compensated for what she deserves, you guys, for her pain and suffering, all the appointments that she had to go through, for whatever scratch or whatever cut that was on her face. Y'all, she deserved everything. Cause Cardi B should have never put her hands on that woman. Should have never put her hands on that woman in any type of way. That's a whole animal that somebody are dealing with. When they're dealing with Cardi B, that's an animal. That's not a human being, you guys. It's a whole Illuminati out here with with a with a normal face, but doing evil stuff in the inside, and it's coming out of her. So, you guys, I hope Miss Ellis get everything that she deserves. You guys, I hope she get, you know, compensated, and reversed and all type of stuff. You hear me? Cardi B, come on up out them pockets, Cardi B. Come on out them pockets. Come on out of them pockets, baby. Come on up out of them pockets. Cause you gonna have to. If they found your tail guilty, you gonna have to come out them pockets, honey. Snap down a little bit. Okay? You gonna see how them little wigs gonna be still looking.
In every case where there's medical bills and there's medical damages, component of that is pain and suffering. There is really no way, there's no exact math to that. So for instance, if you said, I want to give her the $17,500, I want to give her the $15,000.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Look at that. I don't think you.
Make her whole,
No, you
give her
ain't go
something
this
that's
one.
fair so she can get some form of compensation, some form of closure, and move on with her life. That is all we're asking you to do. So, when you go into the jury room, you'll be given a verdict form. And the verdict form will basically state, it covers all of the different areas of this case. The first section A is the assault and battery. They are, in a sense, separate because the assault is the swing and the battery is the scratch and the cut to her face. However, it's very clear. Did plaintiff Imani Ellis prove all of the following elements of battery? And then it goes down, it breaks it down. Defendant Belcalis Marlenis Almanzar touched Miss Ellis with the intent to harm or offend Miss Ellis. Miss Ellis did not consent to being touched. Miss Ellis was harmed or offended by Miss Almanzar's conduct. A reasonable person in Miss Ellis's situation would have been offended by the touching. I would say that yes, all four of those have been done here. So when you get to that question, there is going to be on the right side, it's not broken down into four parts. It's all as a whole. So if you want to give money damages to Miss Ellis, you would check yes. Okay, and then you go to the next question. Did Miss Ellis prove all of the following elements of assault? And again, it breaks down for you the 5 different parts. Miss Ellis acted with the intent to cause harmful or offensive contact with Miss Ellis.
Just when I'm with you, nobody gets me. You do. Everything is moving on and on and on.
Give her money damages, you would check yes. That would be page 2. Both of those. Then you have question number 3. Did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of self-defense? So the defense is trying to argue that all the things that Miss Almanzar did were in self-defense. There is no testimony of self-defense here. In fact, Miss Almanzar herself, her position was, I didn't touch anybody, and nobody touched me. So self-defense, no. You would say no. Then you can go, then question number 4 speaks about the damages that she suffered. Past medical expenses. That's where you would put in an amount of money through the testimony that you heard and through all of the exhibits. You would put an amount of money that you believe Miss Ellis incurred in this incident. So you will have in the jury room exhibit number 4. You'll have exhibit number 4. It's been marked at the bottom right corner. You'll have Exhibit 4-1 through Exhibit 4-6, and then it will skip over, and you will go to the bills, which will be 4-13, 4-14, and 4-15. If you combine all of these bills, you will get $16,500. So past medical expenses would be $16,500. That would be what you would write there if you want to give her the cost of all the plastic surgery she had to go through up until now. The future economic loss is the future plastic surgery. Dr. Mulliken stated that Miss Ellis would benefit from a future plastic surgery of $15,000. So you'd write $15,000 in that box. Pain and suffering. Again, there's past pain and suffering and future pain and suffering. The court read a time frame for you of how many more years Miss Ellis will live. And the jury instruction life expectancy, 3932, basically states that Miss Ellis will live for another 50 years. This is an estimate. It's not 100% certain, but it's the best estimate that we have based on all kind of statistics. She has 50 more years to live. So if you feel that she's going to suffer from this point forward, then you can award her money damages for the future. And if you feel that she sustained pain and suffering in the past, then you can award her money for the 7.5-year time period. And again, you'll all have the jury instructions in the back when you go into the jury room. And the jury instruction on pain and suffering covers a whole bunch of different things. Very important. Very important. So I would take a look at that one because it covers all of the different things. Embarrassment, pain and suffering, disfigurement, all of those. So if you look at 3905, it talks about physical pain, mental suffering, and or emotional distress. And it basically says that there's no fixed standard for deciding the amount of these damages. This is a number that you will come up with. It won't be based on chance or a flip of a coin, but it will be a number that you come up with. If you decide you want to give her $500,000, you can do that. If you want to give her more, you can do that. So for past non-economic loss, you should put a number there. Because if you don't, the award will be thrown out. You got to have at least $1 there. You got to award some kind of pain and suffering. It's required. Now the amount would be up to you. A lot of times, some people say, well, 3 times medical bills, 10 times medical bills. This is an assault and battery. It's just not a simple car accident where it's just, some bumps and bruises. This is a serious, serious injury. Very serious. And Miss Ellis has been suffering for the last 7.5 years. What kind of weight do we put to that? What kind of number do we attach to that? I don't know what number you're going to attach to that. But for purposes of now, for example, you could write $250,000 for the past pain and suffering. This was a violent attack. She was violated. She has a scar to her face now. She's gone through all kinds of medical treatment that she didn't have to go to. So much life was lost from her, time-wise. You can't get it back. all this time that she's lost and feeling embarrassed and all of that, what is the value?
Yeah, but we're gonna pause it right there. Who wants to be walking around with a scar on their face? You know what I'm saying? With a scar that's not gonna even go nowhere because of the damage that someone else did to your face. Um, out of an argument or a discomfort or whatever. Like Cardi B, you gonna have to pay that woman. You gonna have to pay that woman. Okay? You gotta come out them pockets and you gonna have to pay that woman. Let's be real, Cardi B. Why you doing all this sleeping and like you ain't get enough rest last night. You got enough rest last night. I know you got 3 kids, but baby, somebody else probably dealing with them kids. You ain't dealing with them kids like that. You dealing with them when you dealing with them, but you ain't dealing with them kids last night. Mm. Somebody else, you got a babysitter baby to deal with them kids. So what you was doing last night, Carter B? Because you too sleepy for me, baby. You just out of there, like. How can you even notice what's really going on, Carter B, if you sleeping? You don't know. You don't know anything. Only thing you can know at this point, Carter B, is um what your lawyer tell you after everything because you don't know. You don't know nothing that's going on right now. You don't know nothing of what's going on right now because you too sleepy. You out of there. We don't know who's sitting right there right now. Cause that don't look like somebody that's trying to beat a court case. I mean, trying to beat a case, and they dozing off. Like, come on now, there was too much going on. Let's get back into it.
Of life, it's significant. We all went through the pandemic. We all went through the pandemic, and we realized that after the pandemic, the value of life is much greater because we realized what life is really about.
Now, what I don't think that's what's gonna happen is that woman gonna get what she thinks she gonna get. Okay, I think they probably gonna gonna give her some money for her injuries and the thing that if she got documents that she went to the plastic surgery and she got surgery stuff done or whatever the case might be. If she got evidence, he can get her money. They probably gonna refund that money back to her. But I don't think that she gonna get all this money that she thinks she gonna get. I don't think that. They're just gonna give her a little something to, girl, this is for what you done paid already, and what else you got to go through after this, for whatever the injury of the face or the scratch of the face or whatever that she think that she finna just be living wealthy out here. No, I just don't think that at this point. I don't, but I do think that they're gonna give her some money for the injuries that she didn't already pay for and things of that nature. I do kind of think that that's gonna happen, but not too much of it though. She ain't gonna get too much of money though. Let's get back into it.
Future non-economic loss. Again, that's going to be for the 50 years going forward. You could pick what number you feel. Maybe you feel she's recovered. Maybe you feel she deserves another 10 years. Maybe the whole 50 years. I don't know what it is. But you as individual judges will work together as a team to come up with a number for the future non-economic loss. Then it goes into intentional infliction of emotional distress. Did Miss Ellis prove all the following elements of intentional infliction of emotional distress? Number one, Miss Almanzar engaged in extreme and outrageous conduct beyond mere insults, threats, indignities, annoyances, hurt feelings, or other trivialities that a reasonable person is expected to endure. Miss Almanzar intended to cause Miss Ellis emotional distress. Miss Ellis suffered severe emotional distress, and Miss Almanzar's extreme and outrageous conduct was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. If you believe that Miss Ellis sustains emotional distress, then you would, on number 5, you would say yes. Then number 6, again, it says, did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of the privileged conduct defense? So again, it's similar to a self-defense of this, and it goes through a whole laundry list of different ways and finding excuses why the conduct was okay. So you would put no there if you believe that the conduct caused intentional infliction of emotional distress. Then number 7 has its own damages component. However, we've agreed and conceded to the fact that we don't want you to award damages for the same thing twice. It's not what our goal is. The goal is, if you feel there should be separate damages, aside from the assault and battery, for the emotional distress, then this is where you can give that amount of money. It'll be a separate and apart damage area for you to award more damages. The same breakdown. You can give past medical expenses, obviously, past and future medical expenses. In this, if you awarded in the first box, then you would say, 0 and 0, because we're not double dipping here. That's not our goal. However, pain and suffering. If you want to give separate pain and suffering for the emotional distress, separate pain and suffering for the emotional distress from the past and the future, this is where you could do it. You could say, okay, well, we're going to give 50,000 additional for the past, 50,000 additional for the future, and then we're going to move on to the last part, which is negligence and contributory negligence. And again, this is all from the form that you're all going to see when you go into the jury room. And I'll close with this. Did Miss Ellis prove all of the following elements of negligence? Miss Almanzar was negligent. Miss Almanzar's negligence caused Miss Ellis to suffer physical harm rather than only emotional distress, and Miss Almanzar's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Miss Ellis's harm. So what that means is, for example, was Miss Almanzar, was Cardi B negligent in thinking that the plaintiff was disseminating her privacy to others, photographing her, videotaping her? If you believe that Miss Almanzar, Cardi B, was mistaken, then that would be negligence. She was negligent. She negligently thought that all these things were happening. And then, again, it asks for the damages. Same thing. 0 and 0 for the past and future medical expenses if you have given it in the first phase. So there's different areas. Maybe you'll say, well, I don't really believe there was this, but I believe there was that. So anywhere on the form, we would ask that you award Miss Ellis her medical bills of $16,500 for the past and $15,000 for the future, and in different boxes and different areas of this form to award her the pain and suffering that you feel is fair for all the things she went through, the assault, the battery, the emotional distress, all that she should be compensated for. And then there's a box, did Miss Almanzar prove all of the following elements of contributory negligence? Miss Ellis was negligent. Miss Ellis' negligence was a substantial factor in causing her own harm. Well, Cardi B testified that Miss Ellis didn't touch her, didn't do anything. There was no physical contact. That was the testimony of Cardi B. So how can she say that there was contributory negligence? What did the security do wrong? So the answer would be no. And then it goes to number 11. What percentage of responsibility for Miss Ellis's harm do you assign to Miss Almanzar? You say 100%, and Miss Ellis, 0. And the final page deals with punitive damages. Did you answer question 4 or 7? And you look back, and if you did, which is the damages, then you put yes. And then it says, did Miss Ellis prove by clear and convincing proof that Miss Almanzar engaged in conduct with malice, oppression, or fraud? And then you would look at the case as a whole and kind of come up with your opinion. Did all of these things combined, did all of this thing that Miss Ellis went through? And remember, it's or, so it's either malice, oppression, or fraud. So if you agree that there was, then you would say yes here. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my counterpart. They will obviously contradict everything I will say, I've told you, and then I will have a chance to come back and rebuttal and clean up anything that was said. At this point, I'm basically Miss Ellis's mouthpiece, and work with her as best I could to convey all of the things that she wants you to know. I worked with her personally to tell you all what she went through, and I did the best that I could with what I had. And we really, no matter what happens, whatever is supposed to happen will happen, because that's what's supposed to happen. And we want to thank you each individually for being here. Each of you as individual judges, we're thanking you very much. Thank you so much for hearing the story as to what Miss Imani Ellis went through, and I'm asking you to award Miss Ellis an amount of money that you think is fair that will make her whole for the losses that she suffered in this case. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, counsel. You okay? You want to take a break? You okay? Okay. All right. Is the defense ready to proceed?
We are, but I would think a break would be appropriate at this
Does
point.
anyone want a break? We got started late. Okay. Why don't we take a short break? Why don't we resume back at 11:25? In the meantime, please not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 10:25. Or I'm sorry, 11:25.
You guys. But y'all, Cardi B gonna have to pay that woman some money for her injuries. And when she been to the hospital and surgery and all that stuff, I really want to see how how this injury really look though. Because maybe it ain't even bad as it's been talked
So
about.
not fair. It's probably. I wasn't going to get into it. It's generally not proper to include yourself in terms of what we all went through, but that's why I was overruling the objections. One note, and is this grandmother here?
Yes.
Ma'am, can I have you step forward? Can I have you step forward? And ma'am, you were previously sworn, and you understand you're still under oath?
Sure.
Did you have any conversations with alternate number 1 on Wednesday?
Alternate number 1?
The woman on the corner? The woman who's on the jury?
No.
You don't recall any interaction with her?
She sat next to me and she was waiting on a break, but we didn't speak.
You didn't speak with her? Okay. So you didn't talk to her about the trial at all?
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. You were just seeing, we thought that there may have been some discussion between the two of you. You don't recall that? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Something else?
Yes, Your Honor. although you cautioned counsel that he can't argue things that are not in the evidence, he repeatedly did. He even started talking about Dr. Avila's treatment, even though he was excluded, over and over and over again. And all the jury sees is me objecting and Your Honor sustaining it. I would request that you admonish the jury to disregard all of the statements that you sustained objections to. I would also ask that you assign misconduct to counsel and that he be reprimanded because this has just been ongoing.
Okay, we can discuss.
I want to respond.
Well, let me do this. I will give further instruction to the jury about that the argument of counsel is not evidence and that they should disregard any comments that were not supported by the evidence. I will give that instruction. We can discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC after the trial for any alleged conduct. Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I please say one thing?
Yeah.
Please.
Go ahead.
I just want to note that you advised Mr. Rosen that if he were to argue to the jury that Cardi said that photograph was taken on February 24th, that would be a knowing violation of the professional rules, and that's exactly what he did.
Okay. Well, why don't we? I don't want to do it now.
Well, I have to say something about it.
You don't. I said we'll discuss whether or not we want to set an OSC and we can address it then. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
It's sleepy Cardi B. Get ready to come out them pockets, baby. Get ready to come out them pockets. I need you to come out them pockets, okay? Because what you done to that woman, and you done had this woman to get surgery and all this stuff done. Come out them pockets, Cardi B. Cardi B. Yeah. She act like she ain't got a care in the world. She ain't got a care in the world. Like, if I'm on the stand and I'm not finna be. If I even feel like I'm sleeping, I'm gonna try to be like this. Have my eyes wide awake. Give me some water. Let me pour some water on my face or something, so I can know what's really going on. Like Cardi B right now, Cardi B don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. She definitely don't know what's going on. But she definitely needs to get the lady needs to get what she deserves. Okay, like as far as compensated by her money. You can't. That's gonna teach Cardi B right here. You can't be out here, doing these type of things. You're not teaching your kids the right way, to grow up and to be. You're not teaching your kids nothing. You ain't teach them kids nothing, baby. I bet you all they hear is cussing and all type of other stuff other than what they need to know. Okay, I'm just being real. Anybody like that ain't teaching nobody nothing. Cause it look like to me she ain't been taught nothing. That woman ain't been taught nothing. That's why she acts so wild. And you know what? I'm gonna take that back. I'm gonna take that back. 'Cause some people can be taught. They have great parents, okay parents, or whatever it might be, but they still, better than whatever, and the kids still turn out to be the way they are. Because when once they get grown and out your house, it's nothing that you really can do. Um how they talk and all of that type of stuff. You can't predict that. Only thing you can do is predict of what's going on in your house and what went. So how you allow things or didn't allow things in your home when she was in your home. Your child was in your home. Um, Not to say Carter B mother is a bad mother or nothing like that, but a lot of time we can have a good parent, and we just want to do what we want to do. We think we grown, and everything by being grown is not you know what it cut off to be, right? And I'm quite sure Carter B done went through some things, but she done went through some things. She done went through some things in the streets, selling herself and stripping and all type of stuff. She done been through some things because that's what she wanted to do to make money, right? She like money, and even before Carter B was, who she are or whatever, a rapper or whatever y'all want to call it. Um, I just feel like she still made ways to try to make money for herself though. Even on the reality show, what's up? That's what. Now I ain't gonna lie, the girl is a hustler. She is a hustler. Cardi B's a hustler, y'all. She definitely is a hustler. She better than some of these women. I ain't gonna lie. Cause you got some women that ain't no don't even know how to be a hustler. Um, and and things of that nature. And, especially the ones that talk about her and all that type of stuff. A lot of people talks about her, but then ain't even got the hustle in them to even talk. Mm. And it ain't about that really. Um, like I said, I'm not the person that who really cares for Cardi B. I don't dislike the woman because I don't know her, personally. But I just don't like certain things that she does. I don't like certain things that she does, you guys. So that's why I say what I say. And I'm a title to what my opinion, just like anybody else is that who likes her, you know, who a fan of hers or whatever. I ain't no fan. Yep, because I don't think that her rapping skills was really nothing really for her to get on because when okay, if y'all go back to Love and Hip Hop, when she was on that season when she was dealing with that dark skinned man, he was a producer, something like that. And he was like, rap for me, like show me what you can do. Like rap for me. Couldn't even rap for the man because she didn't know how to rap. Like nothing. She didn't know nothing. But she wanted to be a rapper. She wanted to rap and things in that nature. But she couldn't even split a hook. She couldn't even split nothing like a couple of seconds to the man. And they both in the studio. He was like, no, split something to me, show me what show me what you got. You know what I'm saying? Show me what you working with as far as you rapping to me. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll take it a little bit more serious. But Once I see that you can't do what you saying you can do, and that what you do that don't sound like nothing, girl, you just a object right now. I mean, a sex object. God forgive me for saying that word, but you are a sex object right now, just for me because I can't do nothing with you because you don't know how to rap. I believe Offset. I believe Offset put Carter B really in the position that she's in. You guys, I really do believe that, and he helped her out really good.
Your Honor, when you left the
We back
courtroom,
into this, y'all. Go.
Mr. Peterson made some remarks to me that were rude.
Why don't we do this later? I'm not going to have the jury wait for
I
this.
ignored him. I didn't talk to him.
Okay. All right. We're going to bring in the jury.
It's complete falsehood.
It's Mr. Anderson, too.
Oh, they back on pause again. But yeah, we can get back into that the Carter B thing, where she that I think what really went on. She when she got with Offset, you right. I mean when she got with Offset, right? And and I believe he pushed her career. He pushed her career. And what I mean about that, he gave her the lyrics and things of that nature to to get it popping, right? Probably did the writing and everything. She just, read it however she read it or whatever, and then, and then just rapped it the way she rapped it, and they got a good beat and all that type of stuff. Who can't do that? If I get
All right, welcome back, everyone. We're
you
back
back,
in our
we
in
back
evidence
again,
before
y'all.
counsel, and the parties are present, as are the members of our jury and our alternate. And before we get started with the defense closing argument, you heard a number of objections during plaintiff's closing. Some were procedural or evidentiary in nature, but some of them were based on facts that weren't introduced during the trial. And so that's why I was sustaining those objections to the extent that plaintiff's counsel mentioned any facts that weren't presented in
Yeah, trendsetter. Whoa, league of my
those facts that he represented that weren't actually accepted into evidence during the trial. Okay? All right, with that, defense can give their closing.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking all of you for taking the time to participate as jurors. This is how our system works, and it wouldn't work without jurors. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of both Cardi, my colleagues, and myself. I'd like to just mention quickly that counsel argued that Cardi swore and used profanities in the courtroom and that was disrespectful. Actually, all she was doing was repeating under oath what was said. In fact, Ms. Ellis, plaintiff, used profanities to describe what she heard. Counsel used profanities, and I have to admit I used profanities, but just to tell you what was supposedly said. Cardi has never gratuitously sworn at any point in this courtroom, and the suggestion that you should be prejudiced against her because of that is just unfounded and offensive. Last Monday, it seems like it's a lot longer ago, but last Monday in the opening statement, I told you what I expected the evidence would be, and I told you that you can treat my statements and counsel's statements as promises of what they were going to show, and that I would ask you at some point today to decide who kept their promises and who didn't. I also told you that I would have a second chance to talk to you directly after all the evidence is in. The evidence is in. Witnesses have testified that exhibits have been admitted. And if you remember, the judge told you the first day that the way trials work is that bits and pieces of evidence come in. This is my opportunity to tell you how we think those bits and pieces come together and how they establish that Cardi, you should decide in Cardi's favor. First, there's a couple of things I'd ask that you keep in mind throughout the rest of the trial. If you remember, Judge Fusselman told you last Monday morning that the reason we have juries is because they have diverse backgrounds and they have common sense. He reiterated how important common sense was when he said, we just need you to exercise common sense and evaluate, is this witness being consistent? Is this witness saying things, something that doesn't seem true? And does this piece of evidence fit in with all the other pieces that have been presented in this case? I respectfully suggest to you that using your common sense, there's only one possible outcome in this case, and that is a decision in favor of Cardi. Now, you'll be instructed that plaintiff bears the burden of proof of establishing her claim. She must convince you that the evidence shows that by 50% or more, her claims are valid. Now, there's another way of putting it is, and you'll see this in the jury instructions that you get from the judge, if plaintiff fails to prove that her version of what happened is more likely than not what did in fact happen, you must decide the case in Cardi's favor. The concept of a preponderance of the evidence can be demonstrated by this slide. That's 50-50. That's where the plaintiff has put on as much evidence of as the defendant of a fact, and you'll see that that's where people talk about the 51%. But it is crucial to keep in mind that plaintiff doesn't start at 50%. She starts at 0. She has to raise that needle from 0 to 50% and more. She has to go beyond 50%, or you have to find for Cardi. Third, there is no dispute that there was yelling and some curse words in the hallway at the medical building around 1:30 p.m. on February 24th, 2018. But the judge...
Y'all, I bet it was some yelling going on. Anytime you're dealing with Cardi B, oh, you know some yelling going on because she gonna be doing all the yelling. And then you gotta go, you know what I'm saying? You gotta be going back and forth with her. So of course there's gonna be yelling going on because of that animal that that the person was dealing with. That's an animal. It's a completely animal right there. With a hermit face and an animal. An animal that's inside of her.
The judge will provide you with the jury instructions. In fact, he already has. That arguing, yelling, even using profanity is not something you can sue over. That's just part of normal life, and that is what we're supposed to bear. In fact, that would be crazy that someone could sue if they caused someone else to use profanity. The question really is whether Cardi ever struck plaintiff, and who caused this confrontation? Who caused the incident? And the answer is that the evidence in this case overwhelmingly proves that Cardi did not strike plaintiff, and Cardi did not cause this encounter. As a result, plaintiff has failed to establish, by the evidence you heard last week, that by a preponderance of the evidence, more likely than not, that Cardi was the cause. The way, I'm going to try and do this in a very organized fashion, and the way I'm going to do it is going to be demonstrated by this chart. And so we have on the left-hand side plaintiff's evidence, and then on the right-hand side defendant's evidence. Now, plaintiff started with her own testimony. Last Monday, she testified under oath. Importantly, though, in plaintiff's evidence, she never called as a witness either Tiara Malcolm or Dr. Finke, both of whom were present.
Objection, Your Honor.
Both of whom were present at this very time of the incident. Now, plaintiff's evidence, plaintiff's testimony, and we should keep in mind that just because plaintiff says something doesn't make it true. Okay? She has her version, but the fact that she alone says it does not actually make it true. And later this morning, maybe stretch into afternoon, I'll tell you, or I'll identify the many inconsistencies in plaintiff's story over the course of this litigation, actually going back to February 26, 2018, when she did her incident report. In the meantime, plaintiff claims that she was assaulted and scratched or cut on February 24, 2018. But plaintiff did not see a doctor. She didn't go to an emergency room. She didn't call the police or make a police report.
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the testimony.
And she actually testified she did not know if the scratch that has supposedly ruined her life was even bleeding. She also testified last week that she didn't even put a Band-Aid on this scratch. What did she do? She claims that Cardi mauled her, basically, cut her face, and this woman went home, and what did she do? She took a nap. That was her own testimony. She took a nap. The fact that on February 24, 2018, plaintiff just went home and took a nap is corroborated by plaintiff's own T-bill cell phone records for that day. As you'll see, and this was an admitted exhibit, you'll be able to see it, it's exhibit 200. She gets calls and she makes calls from 11:20 a.m. all the way to 3:35 p.m. and then nothing until 9:08. That's when she took her nap. That's what she did. She didn't call a doctor. She didn't go to the hospital. She didn't put a Band-Aid on her face. She took a nap. Now, importantly, when plaintiff testified as her own first witness in her case, she admitted that in 2021 she hit her head in a car accident. She's put on no proof that that wasn't the source of the scar, which is a pretty obvious reason that she would have a scar if she had one. And importantly, 2021, a car accident in 2021, is after plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April 2018 that Cardi almost touched her with a fingernail. Not touched her with a fingernail, and I'll talk more about that later, but almost touched her. So after the plaintiff tells Dr. McKenna, her workers' comp physician or psychologist, that Cardi almost touched her, plaintiff was then in a car accident, hit her head, and that's when she went to Dr. Mulliken. She went to plastic surgery 4 years later after being in a car accident.
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
Plaintiff also testified, by the way, that she was in another accident in 2023 and filed another lawsuit over that one. Plaintiff has argued, and he said again today, that plaintiff's counsel has argued and said again today that plaintiff has some special status as a security guard. But she testified she became a security guard by having her fingerprints taken and sent to California. That's it. That doesn't make her a policeman. Also importantly, when testifying last Monday, plaintiff admitted that she knew on February 24, 2018, that Cardi was in the medical building because Cardi was going to a medical appointment. Plaintiff's own testimony establishes that at 1:30 p.m. on that Saturday, plaintiff could have been at that security guard booth that counsel showed you a photograph of. She could have been on her rounds, going through the whole building. She could have been in parking, checking, because that's what security guards do. But plaintiff, who has testified she was a fan, just happened to be outside Dr. Finke's office when Cardi B was showing up to see an obstetrician. From those facts alone, you can infer that she was actually laying in wait. She wanted to photograph and videotape Cardi. She would then be able to post it on YouTube, maybe start a new career, be a follower. I don't know. But from the facts you've seen in this and heard in this case, she very well could have done that on purpose. But even if we assume that plaintiff just happened to run into Cardi B in a 5-story building that afternoon, plaintiff testified that she knew Cardi thought that plaintiff was using plaintiff's phone to tell someone that Cardi was there and to videotape her. What would a reasonable person do at that point? By her own testimony, plaintiff had the chance to be professional and avoid all of this by putting her phone away. That's all she had to do. But the evidence is she kept that phone in her hand all the way through as she advanced on Cardi B and forced her into a corner in the hallway where Tierra Malcolm found her. Plaintiff also testified that after she was fired as a security guard, she got a new job that paid more money. That's why you don't hear any claim for lost wages or anything like that. She was better off.
Fortunately, you're not claiming lost wages.
That summarizes what plaintiff testified to, and I'll talk later about the inconsistencies in it. But let's talk about her second and third witnesses, plaintiff's mother and grandmother. Both very charming. But her mother and her grandmother weren't in the hallway that afternoon. Her mother and her grandmother were not witnesses. And they testified that because plaintiff is the mother's daughter or the grandmother's grandchild, that they believe her. They don't need evidence. They just hear what she says. And that's understandable, of course. You know, we all have relatives, and we hope our parents believe us, and our grandparents. But remember what Judge Fusselman said at the very beginning, common sense. Okay? We all know that parents are not with their children every minute of the day. We all know that children don't always tell their parents everything. And they especially do not tell their parents that they're embarrassed or guilty about what got them fired. That's what plaintiff left out when she talked to her mother and her grandmother. Is anyone surprised that plaintiff did not tell her mother and grandmother that plaintiff cursed and yelled at a pregnant Cardi, half her size, that plaintiff cornered Cardi in a medical building hallway, and that plaintiff knew she was probably going to get fired? Is that the kind of thing you'd say? Guess what, Mom? Guess what I did today? So it's completely understandable, using common sense, that the mother and grandmother would not know actually what happened. In fact, plaintiff didn't tell them that she had apologized in her incident report to Allied and the building for her own behavior. She left that out. Because I asked both the mother and the grandmother, did your daughter or granddaughter, tell you that? And they said no. So we know that plaintiff left that part out. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said that plaintiff is a peacemaker. Okay? Well, that sure doesn't square with the testimony of Tierra, Malcolm, Dr. Finke, or Cardi, and I'll discuss that later. And maybe what we take from that is she's a peacemaker when she gets her own way. We know what she's like. We've heard testimony what she's like when she doesn't get her own way. But there's another word for that other than peacemaker. It's a bully. Plaintiff's mother and grandmother both said they saw a scar on plaintiff's cheek. But on February 26, 2018, 2 days after the incident, plaintiff emailed her incident report to her supervisor, Jasmine, stating that Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. So how is it that the mother and grandmother are saying that, well, when this happened or around that time, our daughter said that Cardi had scratched her cheek. But in plaintiff's own incident report, she said she told her supervisor Cardi scratched her nose. A nose is not a cheek is not a nose, and there is something wrong about what's going on because, again, apply common sense. Plaintiff's mother testified that she saw a scar, but she didn't testify when she saw it. Counsel asked her, did you notice after the incident that Imani Ellis had a scar to her face? Answer, I did. When did she notice that? 2018, 2019, 2020? We don't know. And in response to one of your questions, because the judge was kind enough to allow jurors to ask questions, which doesn't happen all the time. You were lucky in that regard. One of your questions, the judge read, and in response, plaintiff's grandmother said she spoke with plaintiff right after the incident. Right after the incident, she spoke with plaintiff. But plaintiff testified last Monday. Question, you didn't call your grandmother, though, did you? Answer, no. Okay? So again, common sense tells you something is very wrong here. Now, plaintiff's mother and grandmother testified that plaintiff became depressed. If so, there could have been many different reasons for it. And for example, it could have been because she got fired, and as we'll see in a few minutes, she felt guilty. That's what plaintiff told Dr. McKenna in April. On April 26, 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenna that she feels guilty. Ultimately, the testimony of plaintiff's mother and grandmother just doesn't move the needle for plaintiff. They weren't there, and they're relying on what plaintiff told them. Now, plaintiff's third group of witnesses, is Dr. Mulliken. Okay, that's what she offered to support her claim. Of course, Dr. Mulliken also wasn't there on February 24, 2018. He didn't witness what happened. Dr. Mulliken testified that plaintiff came to him in November 2022, or more than 4 years after the alleged incident. Dr. Mulliken is a plastic surgeon, not a psychiatrist. So counsel pointed out that Dr. Mulliken testified that plaintiff told him she has post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, and headache. But Dr. Mulliken said, that's what she told me. I did not make a diagnosis to that effect. That's just what she told me. Now, Dr. Mulliken, and I hope he's not insulted, but his testimony was confusing and inconsistent. He testified that in November of 2022, plaintiff had a scar, had 2 to 3 scars, had 3 scars, and even plaintiff doesn't claim that she has more than 1 scar. But Dr. Mulliken thought there were as many as possibly 3. Somehow the no scar from the beginning turned into 2 scars and then 3 scars. Also, though, Dr. Mulliken's own photograph, Exhibit 228, which he testified was taken with a digital camera before any treatment, sure doesn't appear to show the scar. That is you'll have a copy of the actual photo. It's admitted as exhibit. You can look at it and you can decide. Counsel actually challenged you. Look at the photograph, and we invite you to. If you see a scar, that's news to us. And this is before she was treated. Importantly, Dr. Mulliken testified at his deposition. You've all heard about depositions. They're under oath. It's just like a trial, except there's no judge. And that the claim scar was about an inch long and most likely made by a right-handed person who scraped or clawed downward with 3 fingers. Okay? That's what he testified to. That's what was in his deposition, and that's what he testified to here. But plaintiff herself claimed in her deposition that Cardi jabbed her with a straightened index finger, like this. That's not a scrape. Your Honor, I don't think I need to ask for permission, but we'd like to show the. Okay, then we'll show. This was played for the jury before. It's Cardi's testimony. Plaintiff's testimony as to how she was supposedly cut by Cardi.
When you say it like this, she put her finger.
Pointing, yes, so like this, pointing her finger in my face. Yes.
That is directly and irreconcilably in conflict with Dr. Mulliken's testimony that it was a right-handed person who scraped with an index finger and 2 other fingers downward. Those are completely different things. They don't correlate. The testimony is clear that plaintiff and her plastic surgeon have completely different explanations for the same claimed scar. And once again, common sense. Something's wrong here. Something is very, very wrong. Now, maybe the scar that Dr. Mulliken says he saw and his explanation, maybe it was a car accident. I don't know. But it is irreconcilable with plaintiff's own testimony that she was jabbed with a straightened finger. And to add to that, Cardi is not right-handed. I want to say that again. It's very important. Dr. Mulliken says that in his professional opinion, and counsel talked about how well-respected he is, that it was a right-handed person who scraped 3 fingers across downward across plaintiff's face. But Cardi is left-handed. She is not a right-handed person.
We're gonna pause there right there. Well, they saying Cardi B is left-handed. Well, clearly she used her right hand to scratch the woman. So it don't matter whether you left-handed or right-handed. You still can hit somebody with your, with your hand. It don't matter. You hitting somebody, scratching somebody. It does not matter whether you use that hands to write with or not. Okay, like that don't even make sense there. That don't even make sense. I'm right-handed. As far as it's writing and stuff like that. But I can't write with my left hand. Like I try to, but I can't. But I can damn sure hit somebody with their left. You know. Or scratch somebody with their left, or do something to somebody with a left hand that I don't even write with. It's crazy.
Could not have done that. Plaintiff's counsel tried to get Dr. Mulliken to testify that a left-handed person might have made the claim scar, but that's not his opinion. He admitted that it would be hard, in fact testified it would be hard for a left-handed person to reach across and strike a person opposite them on the left side of the face. Now, here's another important thing. Dr. Mulliken testified that he can't say when plaintiff got the claimed scar. He testified there's no way of knowing the age of the scar. That's important because plaintiff admits that she hit her head in a car accident in 2021, almost 2 years before the November 2022 appointment with Dr. Mulliken. And Dr. Mulliken also testified that he can't say whether the claimed scar was caused by an intervening accident or some other cause.
Objection on this case, testimony, Dr.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard the evidence. Please rely on your recollection of the evidence and rely on your own recollection to the extent that it differs from counsel's representation.
And, Your Honor, we also have a cite to the reporter's transcript. There are other odd things about Dr. Mulliken's testimony. For example, he calls a 3-minute long session of outpatient microneedling a small part of plaintiff's cheek, which serves, as reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. A 3-minute microneedling session, in his mind, is reconstructive surgery and plastic surgery. Now let's talk about why he would say that. He has a broad version of surgery that enables him to charge an additional 11.
Yo, what's better than a great touchdown? 5 great touchdowns. Jamal Charles was cooking. Man, see, those are grown man touchdowns, right?
Anything that includes a doctor, a nurse, a scrub technician, and an operating room. No matter what you're doing. Even if it's microneedling, if it's pulling a splinter out, you go into that room and he charges $11,000. Dr. Mulliken testified he is the sole owner of the surgery center with that operating room. So he has a strong financial incentive to use and charge for that operating room, whether he's doing real reconstructive surgery or microneedling. Now, perhaps because his photograph doesn't seem to show the claimed 1-inch scar, Dr. Mulliken also provided confusing testimony about hidden scars under the skin. I don't know if you remember that. It had my head spinning. But he never testified. There's no testimony from Cardi, from Dr. Mulliken, or anyone else that plaintiff has a hidden scar. In fact, it's supposed to be this, really big embarrassment that she has this, terrible scar on her face that, you can decide whether you've seen it. You've walked by her. If you see a scar, well, no one else. A lot of us don't, I should say. Dr. Mulliken also testified that he charged $17,500 on a lien basis, which means he gets paid only if plaintiff wins or if plaintiff pays him. But plaintiff testified under counsel's own examination on Monday that she couldn't afford a $15,000 or $20,000 plastic surgery bill. So we know she's not going to pay Dr. Mulliken. Dr. Mulliken knows that he is going to get paid, if at all, his $17,500, only if his testimony helps plaintiff recover money in this case. That is a big incentive, and because of that risk, he testified he added a 20% premium to his bill. That's plaintiff's side of the scale, which keeps disappearing. And it pales in comparison to Cardi's side. So, of course, Cardi's evidence starts with Cardi's testimony, which will appear shortly. Thank you. Cardi is one of the 3 eyewitnesses who directly contradict plaintiff's story about what happened that day. Cardi testified that in February 2018 she was pregnant. You may remember in this trial that plaintiff's counsel asked Cardi, why does that matter? You're pregnant. No one knows, but why does that matter? Well, it did matter, and Cardi testified, and you should consider, and I hope you remember Cardi's response. She felt her privacy was completely being violated and that her medical issues are not anyone's business. Quote, especially something that is so sacred as your pregnancy. It's yours. No one knew she was pregnant. Her parents didn't know. And she shows up for an appointment, and this woman is photographing, filming her, and then getting belligerent. Now, I mentioned that Cardi testified her parents didn't know she was pregnant at the time, and it's common sense that no daughter would want their parent to find out that she's pregnant by social media. This was a secret. There were special arrangements made so that she could see an obstetrician while in LA on a Saturday. Now, Cardi testified that she came to Los Angeles for the NBA All-Stars weekend, and concerned, she made an appointment with the obstetrician for Saturday afternoon. I'll get to the photograph in a minute. Cardi testified that she got off the elevator to go to the doctor's office at about 1:30 on the 5th floor of that building, and plaintiff started filming and photographing her. Cardi objected, and plaintiff apologized at first, saying, "Oh, my bad," which is effectively an admission that she was doing what Cardi thought she was doing. Cardi testified that plaintiff wouldn't stop and just kept following her with her camera, with her phone out. Cardi testified that she was very concerned and nervous and confused by plaintiff's conduct. That is understandable. Cardi testified that she was concerned about her unborn child. Cardi referred to plaintiff as security heavy. She's a large woman. She's almost twice the size of Cardi. Cardi's pregnant, early in her pregnancy, and this person comes up to her in black boots and starts yelling at her. Cardi was concerned about her, and scared, frankly, about what she might do to her unborn baby. Cardi also testified she was confused. Why is this going on? Why is a security guard doing this? Why is she filming me? Why is she following me? Cardi also told plaintiff specifically that plaintiff was invading her privacy. But when Cardi told plaintiff to leave her alone, plaintiff went berserk. She yelled, it was plaintiff's phone. Plaintiff said, "That's my phone. This is my building. You can't tell me what to do." That's what Cardi testified, and it's consistent with what Tierra Malcolm, and Dr. Finke testified. But plaintiff advanced on Cardi, screaming and yelling and forcing Cardi backwards down to the hall to a corner, coming chest to chest with Cardi, yelling at Cardi about how, this is her building. She can do whatever she wants. Now, hearing the yelling, the doctor's receptionist, Tierra Malcolm, and then the doctor intervened and tried to get plaintiffs to stop and leave. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. In the meantime, Cardi testified that she and plaintiff yelled and used curse words, but neither struck the other. Cardi did not strike plaintiff. Plaintiff tried but did not strike Cardi. Cardi testified...
I don't want to interrupt. We're coming up on a break. If there's a logical place to stop, please.
I can stop there if you want to, Alex.
All right. Why don't we stop there, folks? We're going to resume back at 1:30. In the meantime, please not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Don't form any opinions or do any research. We'll see you at 1:30.
Think Cardi B is gonna be found guilty? I don't know. I don't know at this point because it can go either way. It can go either way. It can go either way. But do I believe that that lady wants to get any money from this? Yes, I do. But I don't think that she's gonna get what she thinks she's gonna get. But I think she's gonna get some money. But I don't think she's gonna get a whole lot of money that she thinks she's gonna get. Okay, with pain and suffering, they're not gonna give her enough of no pain and suffering. Okay, they're not gonna give her that. They're not gonna give her no money for pain and suffering. They might give her the minimum of whatever she have documents of and from the doctors and stuff like that. But they're not gonna get that woman too much money. Like this is not gonna happen. And maybe she feel like, oh, could this Cardi B, things and this nature. Oh, I know I'm finna get a bag. I know I'm finna get a big bag for my injuries and this and this and that. Even though if it's not even serious like that, I think I'm gonna get a big bag. At least I'm gonna try to get that big bag. But I don't know. I don't know. This case can go any type of way. Cause when I thought a case was gonna go like the way I thought it was gonna go, it went a whole nother left. Okay, behind my back and turned around in circles. That the man it was found not guilty, and we clearly that he was guilty, but they found him not guilty. But we gonna see on his Cardi B case, honey, because Cardi B thinking she gonna get up out of this. All the sleeping she doing on the trial, she doing all the sleeping like she ain't got enough sleep. Cardi, what you were doing last night? Cause clearly you didn't get no sleep last night, honey. Honey, you ain't get no sleep last night. She dozing off. Like, oh Cardi B they and she got it, she talk I mean she looking like no care in the world. No care in the world. Like then she'll talk to her lawyer for a little second. Man, I can laugh on her face right now. I can laugh in Cardi B face right now. I really could laugh in her face right now. Doing all this sleeping. Now we know you ain't had your kids last night. We know you ain't had your kids last night, Cardi B. You done had a good old babysitter to watch them three babies. Beautiful babies. She's got pretty kids. You done had somebody watch them kids, your mom and them, somebody. Okay, maybe mom and them probably been in trial with her, but she might have a babysitter. And baby, she ain't deal with no kids while she doing this story here. She ain't dealing with no kids, y'all. She deal with her kids, but then she don't deal with her kids. Like she have other, people dealing with them. When you got a little bit of money, you can do that. You can do that. And do I think Cardi B is a bad mama or a good mother or whatever? I think she could be a good mother, but she needs to change some ways about herself. Cardi B needs to change some ways about herself because them kids gonna get taught nothing. Them kids gonna get taught nothing because that's what it seems like. How she ain't been taught nothing, but that's what it seems like now. She could have been been taught something, but when you grown, like I was saying it at one part of this video, I was saying that um you can have good parents or okay parents and things, and they didn't taught their kids well, taught their kids great things and the way they supposed to talk and the way they supposed to do this and do that. But when they get grown, they just they do what they want to do. Then you can't control how your child do when they get grown because when they get grown they can cuss and all the type of stuff like that. But it's a respect when it comes down to your parents, so it's a respect thing. You don't cuss around your parents or cuss your parents out. But anybody else, yeah, they can get it in any type of way, okay? But I feel like everybody have they thing of what they does, you guys. Everybody have their thing of what they does. They just point period blank. If somebody always, have something about themselves, it just is what it is. It just is what it is. Ain't nobody perfect. Not even myself. I'm not perfect. I got things I gotta pull off as well. I guess I have ways too. We all have ways. Everybody in this world have ways. Everybody. You can't tell me that you don't have a way about yourself. Like a messed up kind of way about yourself. Because we all do. That we need to fix or we have to fix or we need to fix or whatever it might be. Okay? Now, back to the trial. Cardi B needs to Cardi B needs to take heed of this. Take heed of this because the next time she do something like this, they're gonna lock their butt up. You'll be paying a lot of money out and you're gonna be locking it this sister up. Okay? Don't know how this is gonna go either. Depends on what's gonna happen. But I feel like if somebody do somebody like this, you guys, they should be locked up. They should pay whatever it is, whatever that person paid for their injuries, and went to the doctor, or went to the whatever they went to, and for their injuries, they need to be reimbursed back and more too. You know, because I remember one time I got into a fight. It was a long, long time ago. I think I was like 16 then, and the girl she had some long nails, like her real nails was long, and she ended up scratching me on my arm, and it left a scar there. But I beat her so bad, she wouldn't have got her whole family on just one little me, on just one little me, okay? And me and her, I didn't even know this girl from a can of paint, but my friend knew her. They was friends before, before me and her was friends, and 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 she was like, I'm talking to both of y'all. I'm like, talking to both of us? Who? Who you talking to though? Cause you can't be talking to both of us, baby. Cause we ain't even saying it to you. We ain't even studying you, baby. We just doing our thing. We weren't even studying the person. We weren't even talking about the person. We didn't even see the person at first. All I did was like, and start going in on her. Going and she was fighting back though. I ain't gonna lie. I can't lie. She was fighting back. But I told her cat Raggly. Raggly wasn't even a word. Cause she had to go get her whole family. And then I had to call my family. My other side of the family, okay? Like we ain't gonna be doing that over here, okay? No, baby, you got family, I got some too, baby. Let me call them up. Let me call them up, baby, because that's all it takes because they already know what type of person I am. And I'm not a messy person, okay? But Cardi B, girl, you gotta pay the girl. And if they say they don't see a reason why Cardi B should pay this woman, I mean, it's nothing we can do at that point, you know. You just got to live with that. The court decisions, the trial decisions, and that's all we can do. We can't do nothing. We can feel the way we feel all day, but that ain't gonna change nothing. The way how the courts do things, that ain't gonna change nothing. But yeah, that ain't gonna change a thing. Thing. Oh, that ain't gonna change a thing, y'all. But now I missed part one, part two, and part three of this trial. I missed it. I missed it, y'all. But I will go back. I'm coming back around on them jokers. So, yeah. I missed it. I was looking at it, but I missed it. It was, you know, lie, but I missed it. But I have been watching it. Because I've been having some other things I've been doing and just, you know, I just didn't have time to like sit really, you know, the time that I wanted to do it. But but we're here today. We're here today. We're here today. You know, Carter be sleeping, but yeah, she's sleeping like a little let me see, a little polka dot, a little polka dot, a polka dot, a polka dot, a little polka dot woman. Yeah, but Carter B should not wore that polka dot shirt whatever it is, pull over whatever it is she got on. She should have put that in the back of her closet. And I would work for her to wear like just a regular, you know, white, you know, shirt other than that polka dot stuff she had on. Come on, Cardi B, you don't even wear polka dot, girl. You don't wear polka dots, and you got a polka dot on. You could just wore a regular um shirt, you know, a dress shirt. You could have got out of city train or something. But you came with a polka dot shirt on today, Cardi B. We ain't gonna play with you today. We ain't gonna play with you today, okay? Don't come back in the court with the polka dot on. With no polka dot, we don't want to see nothing with no polka dots. Where you get that from? Where you get that outfit from, Cardi B? And you trying to win this with a polka dot shirt because it's supposed to look casual? No, take it off. Take it off. Take it off right in the courthouse. Take it out. I'm tired. I'm tired looking at it. Okay, Cardi B. But y'all, do y'all think Cardi B is going to win this? I don't want to say nothing too quick no more, cause you don't know how this stuff really turns out. It could turn real left, and then it could turn real right. Okay, I've seen it. I've seen it happen, so I know that it could turn either way. Whether she guilty or not, it could turn either way. But what I do believe though that they're gonna make her pay that woman some money for her injuries and if she got evidence and things in that nature they're gonna make Cardi B pay for them injuries that woman had. Oh yeah, if she got them documents from the doctor and the surgery and all that, oh Cardi B will have to pay for that. Yes, and they may add a little bit more. But that woman thinks she gonna get a whole lot of money. She thinks she's gonna get a whole lot of money, but she's not gonna get that money, that amount of money, you guys. They're not gonna do that. I'm trying to tell you. And they're gonna give her something. I believe they're gonna give her something. But she is not gonna get what she thinks she's gonna get. Oh no. Oh no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh no. She ain't finna get what she thinks she's finna get. She thinking she finna hit a lick, baby. She thinking she finna hit a lick. And you ain't finna hit no lick. You might finna get some of your money back what you done paid, and for your little injury, little cut. Cardi B done cut you with them sprayed long nails. Them sprayed long nails you be having on. She done cut you with that. But them things do be sharp though. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, cause I had some pointed nails before, and they were sharp. Okay, I know. So if you scratch somebody, yeah, yeah, I know. We all know Carter B wear them long witch nails and stuff. We all know that. We all seen it. We all see it all the time. But today in court, she ain't got no long pointed nails on. She got some little stud nails. That's somebody that's so small you can't even know she got any nails on. Okay, she that girl is a whole mess out here. Cardi B is a whole mess out here, y'all. A whole mess that I don't even care for. Like, I'm just being real. I know she got people that love her, like her, and love what she do and her music and all that. I don't like none of it. I don't like none of it. Because to me, she act like she don't have any sense to me. Like she haven't been taught nothing. And then ain't learning from her mistakes and things. I don't involve myself with that. I don't. Cause is she gonna learn from this? No. Gonna learn from this? No. If they find Carter B guilty today, she's not gonna learn from this. No. She gonna continue to get to arguing with people. She gonna continue to scratch like a witch, like she is. She's a witch. Yes, a evil witch that sold her soul. Yeah, she's that, and I know what I'm talking about. She is an evil witch, and don't mind about doing anything evil. And so I feel like that woman should get compensated for her injuries. Mm-hmm. I sure do. Because if that was me, I would want to get compensated too. Because she the one got to live with a scratch on her face, a scar on her face. Not Cardi B. Cardi B didn't get touched on her face. Because somebody big or whatever you want to call, I'm quite sure she probably said all type of names to that woman. Because that woman out probably said all type of stuff. Because we all know how Cardi B talk. We all know how that sister talk. And it don't be good. You all types of names in the book. But yeah, but they on this short break right now, and we just chopping it up on this Cardi B. But I don't care for her. I'm just being real. I don't care for Cardi B. I know she got a lot of people that love her, but I don't. I mean, I don't like the stuff that she does, but I don't hate her or dislike her because I don't know her personally. So I can't, say whatever it's about her, really, But for what I have seen, as from as TV and things of that nature, and which we all have seen from TV. When you seen her in person, ain't nobody seen Cardi B in person. Ain't nobody seen Cardi B in person, y'all. Okay, unless you going to um one of her shows or something like that, or something she got going on. That's the only way you probably seen her in person, but not still ain't close to her. But I know I would never do. I would never go to a show of hers. I would never go to a show of hers. Never, never. Maybe I would go to stuff with Fantasia, something. I would do something like that. But Cardi B, no, never, never, never. She would never get my money. Never, never. I give it to a comedy club or something like that you see on TV. I'd have been to one of those. Real nice, real nice. And I spent my money for that, and it was nice. But I would not spend my money on Cardi B. No, 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 no. That'd be a waste of money. I could send my money to them kids across the water before I send it to Cardi B. For real. I would send my money to them kids across the water that don't have food before I send it to Cardi B. Yeah. Nah. Mm-mm. But if she get convicted of, if she did this and they found her guilty of this, I want her to pay that woman what she deserves. They should give her jail time or prison time for putting her hands on somebody. Because of course, that woman supposed to hit back or something. If somebody putting their hand in your face or scratching you with them long pointy nails, them evil nails that she be having on. Of course that's anybody. You think I'm gonna sit there and let somebody like Cardi B or anybody, just a regular person, put their hand in my face? No, I'm gonna punch you in your face, okay? I'm gonna punch you right when you put your hand in my face. You gonna get punched real quick before you even know it. You gonna get punched. But I'm just being real, and but I'm definitely ain't gonna let you just put your hands in my face, or you just hit me in my face or something like that. No, we ain't going that. We ain't going like that. We ain't going like that. Okay, we ain't going like that. We is not going like that. Cause it couldn't been that woman. I couldn't have been that woman, baby. I would have ate Cardi B up, whatever her name is, Cardi B. I would have whooped her butt. Okay, cause there's a lot of going on over there. What she was doing. Cardi B do too much. She do too much, and she think because of who she is, the little fame that she do get, that ain't gonna last forever. Let's make that be clear. That's not gonna last forever. It's not. Baby, you play out just like all the other ones do. They play out. It's a certain time for them celebrities to have their little shine. I think they done close that out, y'all. They done close that out. Hold on, let me see. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. It was just a commercial had to come on. But what I was saying, um, but Cardi B gonna have to pay for what she done though. She gonna have to pay for what she have done if she been found guilty of it. Okay, because I just believe that they gonna find her guilty of this. Cause this just a regular behavior of her. She got this is a regular behavior of this woman that ain't trying to change her, the way she is. You is getting older, Cardi B. You not young no more. You is older. You an older woman. You shouldn't even have time for. You got 3 kids now. Fighting. You shouldn't be fighting nobody at the age that I am now. You shouldn't be fighting nobody. Nobody. I don't have the time to be fighting nobody. Okay. But what I will do for you is call the police on you. But one thing I ain't finna do, I ain't finna let you just hit me though. That's what ain't gonna happen. But I will try to avoid the fight, because I'm not gonna go to jail or me just put my hands on you like that, because I'm gonna go to jail, But I just feel like Carter B need to be shown. She ain't been shown nothing. They need to put her in prison because she act like a complete animal. She don't act like a really a human. She act like a animal. An animal that's been caged up, and then it get let out, and then it's doing all type of stuff. You know, that's the way that she comes, like that. There ain't no regular woman does that. Now you do have people that's like Cardi B out here in this world. You see it, we see it all the time. We see it all the time. That people like this show these type of behaviors all the time. And nothing good comes, out of it most of the time nothing good comes out of it. You might get away with something maybe one or twice, but you keep doing these rounds and rounds of the same behavior, it's either gonna be your life, or you're gonna be in the pen for a long time, or something is gonna happen to you. Okay? You can't continue to come with these behaviors like this. Even me, I can't continue to have a behavior, the way, however, I was, whatever. And sometimes you gotta change yourself when you get a little older. Change some stuff about yourself because you know how you is. You know how you is. I know how I am. I know how I am. And I know the things that I have to work on, or the things that I have worked on, because of, I want to be a better person, you know? So, so that being said, we have to work on ourselves, you know, not to be still in like we 20 years old, not to be still doing things like we 20 years old, or 25, 26 years old. No, you done passed some ages, baby. Leave it to the young generation. They shouldn't be doing it either. But I'm saying leave it to them. You're older now. You have kids, whether you have kids or not. But if you do have kids, show them how to really be a better, a parent, and so they can have that same lead, you know, so they can grow up and have respect for themselves and respect for other people. You see what I'm saying? Because it's sad out here. It's a lot of kids um don't have great parents and to show them and to tell them things and things of that nature. And sometimes they do, and they still do the same. They still do what they want to do. But you do have good people. You do have good parents out here. You do, and they actually teach their kids. But when their kids leave from them, they're a whole nother kid, cussing, disrespecting grown people, and everything in above. See what you know what I'm saying? You can't really control them when they're not around you, because you ain't heard it until somebody come to you and be like, hey, your son be doing this or your daughter be doing that. You be like, what? Cause they don't do that in front of me, but they doing that behind my back. Oh, okay. That's what I would tell that's what I would tell somebody. They was come to see, like, see, your kids been doing this, your kids been doing that, the third. But they respect you. They respect everything around you. But when they in your care no more, they saying some any and everything to people. I will go bizarre. Okay, like it won't be. I wouldn't be who I am no more. Okay, but But yeah, it happens like that all the time. People bring people here. They bring them up right and things of that nature. But when they get grown, they have their own mind and what they however they decide they want to live their life and how they want to talk and things like that. That's them. But just don't bring that in my home, okay? If I raised you and I didn't raise you in that way, don't come to my house. That's the way I am as a person. I love you, but you gonna respect me. You gonna respect me as my child that I have raised the right way, just like my mama did. My mama raised me the right way, and that's why I don't disrespect my mother, or I don't do no disrespecting to my mother or around my mother. Okay, everything is respectful. No cussing, no none of that. And I try to even not to try to cuss when I'm not around my mother or something like that because I want to have that respect for myself. You know, because you don't have to cuss to get things out. You do not. Sometimes we might feel like we have to cuss to get something out to some whoever it is. No, you don't have to cuss. You don't have to say foul language. You don't have to do that. But what you do have to do is ask God to help you with the cussing ways that you have. That's what you do have to do because you ain't gonna do that on your own. Oh no, because I can't do it on my own. So I know can't nobody else do it on their own. You have to have God. You have to have God to help you with that and asking Him in the inside to take the cussing away. Now I might slip, hip, and cuss here and there, but I'm not a cusser. I'm not. I barely even cuss if I do cuss. I barely even cuss, and I'm trying to stop that. That little. But back on Cardi B. But now, if Cardi B don't take the heat of what's going on, or what could go left, if it don't go left, it could go left or could have went left. If she don't take this no heat to this, you guys, I'm afraid that we're gonna be seeing Cardi B in a pen somewhere for a couple of years. I'm talking about years. If she don't stop this behavior, like for real, like I'm being for real. If she don't stop this behavior, she's going to be in a pen somewhere. No one cares who you are. When you putting your hands on somebody, when you damaging people's face and stuff like that, doing stuff like an animal, you need to be in a cage like an animal. Anybody that do things like an animal, they need to be in a cage like an animal. The one that you can't attain. Not just a regular animal, just ain't the ones that don't do that type of stuff. But I'm talking about the one that can't be tamed. Okay, she need to be out there in the zoo. You know what? I think I'm gonna write Cardi B and tell her, hey, you need to be caged up in the zoo. You don't need to be out with everybody else at because you act like you not normal, honey. You need to be caged up at the zoo. They need to get you a spot out there. They need to get you a spot out there at the zoo and have a Cardi B. Let me see, what's the name gonna be for Cardi B? The zoo that Cardi B will be in. Well, the name of her. Mm, can't control Cardi B in the zoo. That's would be the name. But she would definitely be the eye of the zoo. She would definitely be the eye of the zoo, y'all. Cause that's what she act like. She act just like the eye of the zoo. The animals that they can't control. That's why they got. That's why they got them. They growl. She wild. She's a wild animal. So she need to be put up. Cause she ain't acting like she heard me. I'm talking about act like she ain't been taught nothing. Like no type of sense of nothing. I used to when she used to do them live and stuff. I think she might still do. But I used to go there. I might glimpse it and things of that nature. But I was like, oh Lord, Lord, why are these people even watching this woman? One time, the last time I watched Cardi B, she was saying something about she was seeing stuff in her house. She was seeing something that kept, bothering her in her house. Yeah, that's the enemy, baby. That's the enemy. That's the enemy that you're seeing. That you serving out here. That's what you seeing, baby. Cause it will hunt you. It'll hunt you. Especially if you can sold that soul. Oh yeah. You gonna see everything. Yeah, your life ain't like it was at first. Yeah. Especially when you say that soul. Yeah. It's totally different. It's totally different. It's a totally different lifestyle then. Once you say that soul, you gotta do everything that the Illuminati tell you to do. If he tell you to lay with your cousin, you gonna have to do it. Your brother or your mama, you gonna have to do it. Yeah, yeah, you have to do everything the Illuminati tell you, cause that's your God. Yeah, your God ain't this God right here that everybody else serve. The people that actually serve God. Your God is Illuminati God. Uh, Cardi B. That she don't serve our God, y'all. I'm trying to tell you, she don't serve our God. And I just be so tired of the industry, you guys. Them people be acting like they into God and stuff like that, but they be talking about a whole nother God. It's not the same God that we serve. The, the one up there, that's not what they talking about. They talking about the enemy, and people be getting it confused. Oh, they believe in God. They talk about God. It said it in the last days too. They're gonna be talking about God. Like, like they into God and they way far from God. Okay, they don't even believe in God. But they talking about the God that they serve. That's what they talking about. The one they serve. They God as the enemy. But I wouldn't want to be in this situation that she's in. As far as being a rich woman, or whatever woman, well, a wealthy woman. I ain't gonna say rich, because anybody can say they rich in in the industry. Anybody can say, "Oh, I'm rich," and you could just be a little wealthy, because she probably was rich, but when you buying all these things and this and that money goes away. Okay, half of that money goes away. So I'll say Cardi B is a little wealthy, but I ain't gonna say she rich. Okay, I ain't gonna say that one. Because we really don't know what somebody is. Anybody can portray a persona. Anybody, anybody can get on something and look like something. Go get a wig or a nice looking wig, or go get your makeup done and look like somebody that got some money, or go get a nice looking house and make it seem like you really got it. You really got what you say you got, and there could be a whole lot out here, a whole lot. Be struggling and everything. If a person Um, and some people just do it just for the internet. Some people go get a nice looking house, go rent something, or go try to buy something, buy a house or rent a house, and then try to make it seem like their life is all together, but their life be way apart. It's not even how they even portraying it. It's way far from that. Way far from that, and can be struggling to live the way they live. I'm not gonna struggle to live no type of way that I can't afford. I'm sorry. No. Yes, I will always live comfortable, but I will never try to live another type of way where like I got some money or because I like this and I can't afford that. I would never do that. Never. Mm-mm. My money gotta be like, okay, T, Your money saying this, your money saying this, but that house saying different. But you still want it, and you gonna struggle for it. I'm talking about not have nothing, but you want this house. You want this car, but you have no money to pay for this car. You have no money really to pay for this car or to pay for this big nice house because you like it. Anybody can like something or want something, but can afford it? Just like a lot of them celebrities, they have all this nice material stuff, but they cannot afford these things like this. You guys, a lot of times it's stuff be rented. A lot of this stuff be rented. A lot of cars, a lot of houses, a lot of whatever they show you. A lot of that stuff be rented. These people do not have it like that. They want people to think that they have something that they don't. They want people to think that they have something that they do not have. Like that. Now they may have something. They may have They might have more than the average woman, right? But when you got so much stuff that's costing thousands and thousands in your house that you done paid for, and then the house that you're living in, these people not living like that. They're not living like that. A lot of these rappers and stuff, they barely making it. They renting what they got, and if they buying it, then it's some people buy their house, some people don't. But most of the majority of the time, they don't buy. They rent. They be renting their house out, just like a regular person, like just working a regular job, regular smegular job, a job or whatever. Like, okay, like we just have to be, mindful of what we see and what we, just what we see. Cause we can see anything. Anybody can look like something. You get the right person to put the makeup on you. You get the right person to get you a good wig. You get the right person to fix you up. Get you dressed and all. Anybody can look like $1,000,000. Anybody. If you got somewhere of a nice looking face or whatever type of face you have, okay. You can get somebody to make your face up the way you don't even look the same no more, okay? Hey, look. For real, I'm just being real right now. I'm just being so real right now. Just like Cardi B. Cardi B had that makeup on. She looked amazing. She looked nice. She looks pretty, right? But when she take off that makeup, it's a whole. She looked like herself, but she don't look as pretty, as flawless, as all of this. She don't look all like that. You know what I'm saying? Not she ain't no ugly woman, but I'm saying she's not pretty. Like gorgeous, pretty. No, without that makeup. She needs the makeup to make her look, you know, advance her beauty. So I mean, just like anybody else will put on makeup, they advance their beauty, you know. And sometimes makeup don't do nothing for some people. So yeah, they on this short little break. They need to come on with the break, okay? They love these breaks. But I just don't know where this case gonna go. I just don't know. You just never know what cases you just never know because it can go all types of ways. It can go all types of ways and make you mad. It make you mad because I know I was I was mad on that young dog case. I was mad, baby. It goes ass because I wanted him down. I wanted him to be put down with the other two. Okay, like you the one that did what you did. Okay, and had them deal with to do what they did. Right, you should be down there with them, serving life with no parole. You should be serving life with no parole, okay? That's how I feel. But y'all, this is crazy. Someday, this Cardi B gonna be somewhere around in doing this right here in this same little spot right here. I knew it. Because the stuff that she does, the stuff that she does, the stuff that she does. See, she got away with a lot of stuff when she was on the love and hip hop stuff. She was getting away with a lot of stuff, fighting and throwing stuff, hitting, doing all that stuff. She was getting away with stuff like that. But when you come to be a celebrity, you have more money than a regular person or the average person, girl. Where your mind at? We know that you seem like you ain't got it all way. It ain't always twisted up in there. We know that, we see that. But for you to do that and you to made a name for yourself, whatever that's supposed to be, girl, what you done? What you doing? I just don't know at this point. I just don't know. I'm just, trying to, see what they finna do, see what's finna happen to her, and what she gonna have to pay, what she gotta come out of pocket and pay, or whether she gonna come out of pocket or not. We gonna have to figure this out all, together. Together, we're gonna figure it out together, okay? Because this Cardi B, this is Cardi B, y'all. We know these the people that people like, you know. So I don't know. But if she really injured that woman, you guys, I feel like I said at first, I feel like Cardi B should be held accountable, like the judge. I mean, not the judge, but the lawyer was saying, or I guess the other woman lawyer, and saying that she should be held accountable for what she have done. No matter who she is, no matter what she do, no matter if she in the music industry or not. You decide her and hurt somebody. You decide her and put somebody, put a scrape on somebody's face or went into somebody's face with your nails. And what? Y'all, these people better come on. These people better come on, okay? This trial already been long enough. Long enough. They won't take this break. I'm gonna break y'all right. They want to take this break, okay? Like this trial already long enough. This trial shouldn't even be this long. It should be like a minimum of an hour or an hour and a half or somewhere in there. This trial has been too long. Too long. These cut some of the trial and then come back the next day and then finish the other half of the trial. No, makes sense. It makes sense to me, but it might not make sense to them. I don't know. Well, they probably just don't want to do it like that. But for Carter B, she been making them faces like looking under the eye. She been doing that. Look like she been looking over there with a woman at, or her folks at, like somewhere like over, like her eyes going over. Y'all, she do too much. She do too much. But I feel like they need to show her. They need to show her better than they can tell her. Cause at this point, she really just ain't getting it or something. She not getting it. She is not getting it, you guys. Something ain't clicking. Something ain't clicking in Cardi B head. It can't be. It can't be. She cannot be clicking. It can't be clicking up there, y'all. It can't be. Mm-mm. No, but let me tell you something. If I was to be a artist, right? But if I was to be an artist, you guys, I would be a gospel artist. I would be a gospel artist. But it's a lot coming to involved with this, with the type of lifestyle, and whether you a gospel artist or you a rapper or you just a singer or whatever, a blues singer or whatever type of singer you is, right? It's a lot come with involved in that stuff. A lot. You gotta pay people to be around you for people don't want to try to hurt you or kill you. You cannot be normal no more. I like to be normal. I like to be normal, okay? Where you gotta always have somebody with you, or a security guard, or just some people's with you. The people that you have with you all the time. It's like that's too much. You shouldn't even have to do all that. You shouldn't have to even do all of that. You shouldn't even have to do all that to be a celebrity. You have to always have somebody with you. Always gotta have security guard. That's not being regular. That's not you being yourself. Cause who wants somebody around them all the time, 24/7? In case somebody end up hurting you, or you thinking somebody gonna end up hurting you because of who you are, or because you got a couple of $1 million, or you just a little wealthy. It ain't even gotta be $1 million no more. It could just be a couple of thousands, and people will hurt you for that. People will hurt you just for a couple of dollars, $20. You can get your life taken away for just $20. Okay, because the people out here robbing every day, and they don't care about taking nobody's lives. Don't care about nobody's life, and don't even really care about theirs. They just trying to get a quick fix or whatever they're trying to do, but they don't care how they do it. But yeah, they need to come on. It's just too much going on in this world, you guys. And then we getting older. Everybody, you're not ain't nobody getting younger no more. You know what I'm saying? You never getting younger, but I'm saying you ain't getting younger. Everybody is getting older. Okay, you getting older. Every time your birthday come, you turn another age. And you get older. You get older. Okay, turn another age. It ain't you turning the age and you getting younger. I wish it was like that. Oh, I wish it was like that. I wish it was. Oh, if I turn an age this year, I'm gonna be a less age. Look, that ain't happening. That ain't happening at all. But Cardi B needs to straighten up her act, you guys. She needs to straighten up her act as a woman, an older woman. She's not young no more. She ain't in her 20s no more. So she needs to straighten up her act. You know, before she be heading herself to the prison. Because it seems like to me she not gonna stop. She ain't gonna stop. This ain't gonna even stop her. If she get out of this ain't gonna even stop her. Cause she feel like I'm Cardi B. I got what I have. I can pay the how many lawyers, good lawyers or whatever, how much they want, and I'm gonna get off. And sometimes it does not work like that. You can pay them lawyers how much half of your bank account, and you still not get off. It can happen either way. And that's what's be wrong with these celebrities, you guys. They thinking that they got so much money that they can get off on anything that they did wrong to somebody. Like no, you can't just do people any type of way because who you are. Who is you? You a person just like I am. Why should I just be clinging up to you and doing this, doing that because of you, because of who you are? No, And that's why I don't like to be around a lot of people today, you guys. A lot of people feel like because if they have a little bit more than you, they feel like if you come around them, they're gonna feel like they could talk to you this way. They could do this to you. Do this, that, and the third to you. No. I'd rather not to be around, baby. I'd rather not to be around if I'm gonna let somebody violate me as a woman. Or whatever it might be in their eyes or whatever, or they mind. I'd rather not to be around. I stick to myself. I love myself. And I know who I am. That's the most important thing that you always should know. Yourself. And know who you are. And don't care what nobody say about you. And once you notice that about yourself, watch how things just be the way it's supposed to be. Other than just worried about what somebody feel about you or what somebody's saying about you and all that. Who cares? You don't even know me to feel the way you feel about me. Okay? You can feel what you feel. Okay? That don't mean it's true. But I just feel like this Cardi B, you guys. She just needs to change the ways. Alright? Her ways around. And be around people that that have, good intelligent mindsets, you guys. Cause that Cardi B, the stuff that she be on, that's some kitty mess. No. That's some very, very kitty mess that she be on, you guys. And she ain't trying to get up out of it. And you got kids now. Now I see, okay, you had kids at first, she was doing this stuff on Love and Hip Hop and stuff. Now, okay, but girl, you got kids now. You ain't in your 20s no more. Come on now. You in your 30s. You got, what, she about 31, 32, somewhere now. I don't even keep up with her like that. I don't. Because I don't care for her. I don't keep up with that. I let whoever else keep up with that. I let whoever else keep up with this right here. But I just, but I don't really keep up with Cardi B like that. Because Cardi B is just something I don't want to keep up with. Until she change how she is, then I keep, I do some with her, whatever, do some little stuff on here with her for whatever. But y'all, it's just a whole mess. It's just a whole mess. I just hope that woman get what she deserves, but I just don't think that she's gonna get what she thinks she's gonna get. The amount of money. That's what I'm saying. The amount of money that she thinks she's gonna get, she's not gonna get that. But I think that they definitely gonna, give her something, but she ain't gonna get what she thinks she's gonna get. So that's what I think too. That's what I think about that. If they find Carter be guilty, of of this, she might get found not guilty. Who knows? Cause this case can go anyway. It can go either way, baby. Either way. Either way. Yes, the only thing we're doing now is just waiting on these people to come back and, and say what they're gonna say. Okay? Because I don't want to say, oh, Cardi B is not. I don't think she's gonna win this case. I could say it. I'd have said it, but I feel like it's no need of saying that, and then she win, and then you're like, oh, whoa, like I'm just gonna let it just play out the way however it's supposed to play out, and because at the end of the day, the way however we feel or however I feel, I mean it. You know, I can't stop nothing. I can't stop it from, because how what somebody did to somebody. I can't stop the the judge from making his opinion. I mean, making his judgment on whatever it is. But I feel like Cardi B needs to take responsibility of her actions. What she done? Yes, I do think that. I think she need to go to jail, not just to jail, but to prison. She need to be shown. Somebody like that needs to be shown, and not just give her no a year. A year ain't good enough for her. She need more than a year. She definitely does. And I'm quite sure that wasn't the first time she didn't done stuff like this. I'm quite sure this ain't the first time. It's just the first time the person is who bringing her, to court and through all this right here, letting her know, hey, I don't care who you are. I don't care what you got. I don't care who you are. You ain't finna do this to me and think you gonna get away with it. Think you gonna get away with it? Oh no, we ain't going for that one. 'Cause I ain't gonna lie. If a celebrity either hit me or something like that, do something foul to me, like as far as hitting me or something, oh, you know you're going down. I ain't gonna try to fight you back. I ain't trying to fight you back because I'm gonna get my money in court. I'm gonna get my money in courts, okay? I'm gonna get my money in courts. I don't want to fight you back. I'm gonna let you throw me all types of ways. I'm gonna let you punch me. I'm gonna let you just dog me out because when that court day come, oh Lord, I'm gonna be living good. I'm gonna be living good with your money that because you did this to yourself by doing what you did to me, and so you only just made me live better and feel better. That's the only thing. That's the only thing I would get out of that. Yes, you bruised me up. You bruised me up. You did everything to me. Yes, but I'm feeling good because I got all this money. I'm living nice. I'm driving nice. Oh Lord, you done just did me a favor. But like I said, I hope Cardi B take heed to this. I really do. I really do. I really do hope that she take heed to this, you guys. And and think about things before she do them. You know, think about things before she go running off at the mouth and going to put her hands in people's face because that's the type of stuff that she does. Or like to just throw stuff or hitting somebody. But she need the right person though. They're gonna really gonna throw some hands on her. She needs the right person in her life that she go to. They gonna put them hands on her. I believe Cardi B could not fight. I don't think I seen her do it on Love but Hip Hop. It's just throw stuff or try to run at somebody like she really gonna do something, but really ain't. That girl is really not about that life like that. She is not. Get beat down. She'll get beat down by somebody. I just don't believe that. I don't believe Cardi B out here just whooping people. Like I just don't believe that. From Cardi B, please. She look like she a type of person that will stab you or do what that woman said she did to her. But she don't look like the type of person that like throw some hands. You know what I'm saying? She probably would fake like she will, like she don't love and hip hop, like she'll fake like she, do this, and then third. But all that stuff, a lot of that stuff is, entertainment, of course, A lot of it was, a lot of it wasn't, but for entertainment purpose. But um, I just feel like she just need to change, though. She do, you know. I know we all got something to change, something about ourselves. Even me, I ain't just talking about Cardi B. Even me, okay? Now I ain't gonna be doing. I ain't on that type of. I ain't on that type of level Cardi B on. I ain't on this type of level. Like as far as how she do things, okay? But I'm saying like we all got something that we need to take up off ourselves, and what we need to stop doing as far as whatever there might be. But But she just be doing too much. She ain't finna stop. She ain't finna stop no time soon. What she doing? She ain't finna stop. She ain't finna stop. Mm-mm. She got so much of an anima in her. She not gonna stop. Can't nobody stop Cardi B but God and herself. And you have to want to stop. If you asking God to help you to stop and to take that away from you, and then you actually want that, He will help you. And you won't be doing the thing that you're doing. You know. And maybe I would maybe I would show her some other type of sympathy. If she like changed some things about herself. As far as the way she talks to people and the way she do people and stuff like that. I don't agree with that. I don't. I don't agree with that. And the attitude that she have, she's sitting there like the Illuminati that she is. But y'all, it's just a lot with these type of people. You know, they just don't know whether they going or coming. She don't know where she going or coming. I don't even think Cardi B got her license. The last time I knew something about Cardi B, she didn't have no license. I thought it was just hilarious. She thought it was a hilarious. Nothing is hilarious about that. You supposed to be having all this money. You supposed to be a millionaire, and you don't have a license to the first. Cardi B, you don't have a license, honey. You don't have a license, honey. And you got 3 kids, and you ain't got a single license. I just like people to just drive me. No, you're too lazy to study your test and to get your license. You're not scared to drive. If you ain't scared to hit nobody, you ain't not scared to drive. Who wants somebody to ride them around? I don't care whether you're a celebrity. Who wants somebody to be really riding them around like that? That don't even make sense to me. Cause I wouldn't want nobody to be riding me around. Me riding around with people like I feel like when I did ride with people before I got my license, I always wanted to have my license when I didn't have my license. Like, and I need my own license, cause I want to be able to drive and ride, what I'm saying, do without, what I'm saying, things, what I want to do and how I want to do things. And I did just that. But then once you gotta like rely on everybody to like take you here, take you everywhere, that's a headache. Because people got things to do when you got things to do. Okay? Everybody ain't always not have nothing to do when you got something to do, okay? It don't work like that. And I'm quite sure when no people be like that, don't have their license or something be going on with their license or whatever, or They got a DUI, they can't drive, and they, sometimes you can drive with a DUI if you have the blow thing, the blow thing in your car. You can still drive as long as you ain't drunk and you blowing that thing. You can still drive, but Cardi B had enough time before she even had kids. Had enough time to get her license. So to be really focused on getting her license. Because I mean, she still can do it now, even with kids. You still can do the same thing whether you got kids or not. You still can get your license and baby take yourself everywhere you need to go, baby. So I know, not like out of town and stuff like like out of town, like when she be doing shows and stuff, but like just the regular specular stuff. That's what I'm talking about. The regular specular stuff that she do, right? I wouldn't want to just have nobody just I gotta rely on. No, that's not cute. That's not pretty. That's not. That's not. That's just. I don't know. And if you don't got your license, baby, you better get up and ride your car, baby, your trucks, your cars, whatever you got. You better get out and ride. Shoot. License or no license, baby, you better get out and ride. Don't miss out on life like that. That you know what I'm saying? You don't got your license, but you can't get your license. You smart enough to get your license, and you just I don't know what it is, but yes, it's just crazy. But I'm not trying to bash her as far as getting her license and stuff like that. I'm just saying it's a woman. There's a woman with 3 kids. There's a woman that's successful right now, and I think she should take out time to get her license, or she can, be able to take her kids to school on her own. Where you ain't gotta have no chauffeur. You ain't gotta have no your security take take you here and there every time you need to go somewhere. No, because I would like to take my own self everywhere I need to go. Other than like if I was a person that rapped or a singer, I know I will, have somebody else to do all the driving and all that. But something like in the area where I stay at, like stores and stuff, I'm going to the store. I'm driving there. I'm not paying nobody to go to no store for me and none of that. But sometimes the people have to do things way different from the average person. When they a celebrity, when they're a celebrity, they have to do things way differently than when they wasn't a celebrity. You definitely have to move different. You definitely have to move different and watch the people that's around you in your circle. Who you allow around you and your personal your around your personal stuff and all that stuff. Cause you never know who you got around you. You never know who you got around you. There's always some snakes around. There's always some snakes around. Okay. Don't never think somebody just too cool, too cool, right around you. So like, I mean, not everybody, but most of the majority of people is not cool that how you think they are. Some people try to get in cool with you to just try to see how you is as a person, and then once you do let them in how you is as a person and let them in your life, it's them trying to be cool with you and you trying to be cool back with them. The way you ain't trying to act funny with them, like you don't want to be cool with them, whatever. Sometimes people just come in your life and just try to destroy you. Sometimes it just ain't good to like even with neighbors. All you should do for neighbors is hey and bye. That's it. If they ain't saying it back, oh well. You just cut it off from there. But all that talking and all that stuff, that still don't get you nowhere. It don't get you nowhere. Especially if you're a loyal person. Especially if you're a loyal person. You don't want to be a loyal your loyalty to anybody. You don't want to be a loyalty to anybody. Your loyalty is for people that's who loyal like you. Once you notice who you are dealing with. But when you don't know these people and you give your loyalty to these people, then they turn around and stab you in the back. They turn around and talk about you for no reason. You ain't did nothing to them. I'm talking about nothing to them. That's what's gonna hurt you the most because you sat here and gave your loyalty to this person that don't give about you. Don't give 2 cents about you in no type of way. They could just be talking about you for no reason. They don't care nothing about you. And you just sat here and gave all your everything to this person. You just sat here and told this person everything, everything about you, and you thinking y'all cool until you find out that that person is not who they say they were. Okay, that's why I'm not so quick to give people my loyalty. I'm too loyal for people, to some people. Most absorb the people. That's what I'm saying. But some people, the people that I give my loyalty to, that's who I keep in my circle. And I don't even really deal with women like that. I don't, because women is too messy. Women is too messy. When you find somebody, okay, if you cool with somebody or friends with somebody, they sit around and talk about uh Timmy and Pete and Joe and does not all day long. They talk about you too when they around you. They talk about you too. You to talk to. You to talk of just like all the other ones. You talk to whoever they talking about. If you find somebody that sit around and talk about somebody all day, I'm talking about all day long. They talking about you too. Don't think that they just cool with you or whatever. No, baby, you can talk about too. Soon as they leave from around you, you can talk about bad, bad. Whatever the little bit that they do know about you, they talk about you bad and add more to it. And that's why I'm so strict on who I call as my friend, I'm cool with, or whatever. I don't have friends. I only have one. Well, I had 2 friends, but one of my friends had passed away. But I have another friend that I've been knowing for a long time. We never got to arguing. We never none of that. We never got to arguing. None of that. And we still friends to this day. To this day, we still friends. We never got to argue. Never. And that's what you call friend. We call each other. We see how each other doing. If we ain't calling each other, we texting each other. How you doing? How you doing? How you feeling today? That's what type of friend that you want. That's the loyalty. That's what it is. It's the loyalty. Now, do we come on each other's house? No, we do not. We talk on the phone though, but we don't come on each other's house. And we might get together one day. We might get together one day, and something like that. But we never came over each other's house. But we always, we talked on the phone when we reunited with each other. You know. Um, but I definitely got a loyal friend. I definitely do. Um, and yeah, it's just hard for me to give people my loyalty. It's just hard. It's easy, but then it's hard. You know, because you don't know who you talking to. You know what I'm saying? Who really? Why this person really trying to get to know you? Like know you. Like you trying to figure it out. Like why you trying to know so much about me? Like why you want to know so much? Like so soon you want to know so much about me, but everything that can come out your mouth could be a whole lie. Let me figure you out. I need to figure you out. Okay? I need to be able to figure you out because anybody can lie to you. Anybody can lie to you about everything about their life until you actually, figure everything out. They be like, oh, this person right here is nothing but a liar. They lying about everything. And you told the truth about everything. They lying about everything. That's why you don't tell everything about yourself to people. Tell them what you want them to know. And that's it, and that's all. Tell them what you want them to know, not what you tell them what you don't want them to know. I mean, you tell them what you want them to know. Don't tell them, everything about you now. Cause that's where you're gonna mess up at. That's where you gonna fail yourself at. Because you just out here and being raw to this person and told them everything about you. Everything that you was talking about was true. Everything that they talked about was a whole lie about themselves. And if they told anything the truth about themselves, it probably about one or two things. But you done told everything truth about yourself. That's why you don't do that. You do not do that. I had to learn. I had to learn. Being a loyal person don't get you anywhere. With some people now. Not everybody, but some people. That's why you have to watch it. Don't have too many. Don't try to have too many friends. Don't try to have people try to act like they're too friendly. Uh, I'm good. I'm good. Hey, how you doing? But I'm good. I don't want no friends. I don't want no new friends. Okay, no, because everybody is not who they say they is or how they present themselves. So no, I'm fine. But hey, how you doing? Hey, if you got anything to ask me, hey, if you think I seen something and something that happened or something, hey, you can come over and and ask me. We can talk about that, but I ain't gonna talk about nothing that goes on in my home to you, because I don't know you. Just like you don't know me, I don't know you. I have to get to know you. If we trying to be friends and things of that nature, I have to get to know you. And sometimes you can click with people just like that. You can click. Sometimes you can meet a person that you're talking to, and y'all can click just like that. I'm talking about just like that. Y'all can click just like that and start being friends just like that. I'm talking about then there be loyalty just like that. It can happen like that if it's meant to happen like that. But yeah, y'all, this is crazy. It's crazy, okay? It's crazy. But it definitely can happen like that, guys. But I just hope Cardi B get somebody in her circle. Um, get people's in her circle that's for her and things of that nature and her and then plus her changing herself and things of that nature. Start to be a better you. A better you. That's how it all can come together when you're doing it yourself and you trying to do it just for yourself, not for just other people, but for yourself as well. Because some things we do for other people, for other people's eyes, what they see, but don't be doing it really for themselves. And so, you know, I hope she get on the right path. Cardi B on the right path or stop doing the things that she's doing. Skip this. Skip it.
No, thank you. And she did that because she felt the plaintiff was at fault, and quote, She handled everything unprofessionally, close quote. Now, we also called Dr. Finke. He too was there the day of the incident, and he too has no axe to grind. He is not her regular doctor and never has been. He saw her that one occasion on February 24, 2018, when Cardi was here for work for the NBA All-Star Weekend, and was concerned. She was pregnant, she wanted to see an obstetrician, and an appointment was made. He is a completely disinterested third-party witness with no axe to grind. Now, Dr. Finke, like Cardi and like Tiara Malcolm, testified that plaintiff, well, first of all, he testified his office was at the back of the suite. He heard yelling, and he immediately ran to the front. Okay, so he gets there very quickly, too. And he just has a little bit more distance to cover. And he testified, like Cardi and like Ms. Malcolm, that plaintiff had her cell phone in her hand. He saw plaintiff trying to hit Cardi. He saw poor Ms. Malcolm in the middle. And by the way, do you remember in the opening counsel for plaintiff said, well, Ms. Malcolm threw herself into the fight. If she gets hit, she gets hit. That's what happens when you try to help. I mean, really? I mean, you know, she's a doctor's receptionist. She sees a patient coming there for a secret appointment, a pregnant patient. She tries to stop a security guard who's got the patient cornered in the hallway, and that's like, she asked for it? Is that really the answer? Dr. Finke also testified that Ms. Ellis had scratched Ms. Ellis, plaintiff had scratched Malcolm's head. If you remember, the evidence is that Tiara Malcolm did not realize she was scratched until someone else in the office, the doctor's office, pointed it out, and also that Dr. Finke, once he got plaintiff to leave, which he refused to do, that he went back into the office, so he had a chance to see her at that point. That supports his testimony that he saw the scratch on Malcolm, not on plaintiff. Dr. Finke also testified that he told plaintiff, do your job, you're a security guard. But plaintiff kept yelling, and she refused to leave. Kept yelling at them, kept yelling at Cardi. Now, while Dr. Finke tried to get plaintiff to leave, he was face-to-face with her. He testified they were within a foot of each other. And he testified he saw no cuts or scratches to plaintiff's face. He saw no blood on her face. Despite the fact that he testified that a cut on one's face bleeds more than a cut on any part of the body. This woman claims that she was cut in that encounter, but no one has testified that she had blood in her face. In fact, she testified she doesn't know if she had blood in her face from a scratch that has supposedly ruined her life. He also testified that he saw no spit or spittle on her. He also heard, he was there when plaintiff expressly threatened harm to Cardi by saying, I will F your S up. Now, Finke testified that Cardi did not spit on plaintiff or anyone else, did not take a swing at plaintiff, did not hit plaintiff, did not cut or scratch plaintiff, did not threaten to get plaintiff fired, did not use the N-word, and did not call plaintiff fat or poor. Dr. Finke also testified that once Cardi was safe in his office, he examined her in an examining room, and she did not have 3-inch fingernails. Now, in an interesting term, that was a surprise to me as well. He said he actually notices his patient's fingernails because it's a way of calming them down. It's a way of lightening the mood in the examination. So he's seen a lot of fingernails. And he looked at hers, and hers were not 3 inches. There were allegations, and you've heard little bits of it, that Cardi supposedly got plaintiff fired. Actually, Dr. Finke said it was him. He told his administrator, his practice administrator, that this was outrageous, and based on the conduct he saw, plaintiff had to go. Cardi did not make a complaint. Cardi is not the reason that plaintiff got fired. Plaintiff is the reason the plaintiff got fired. Our evidence also included plaintiff's February 24, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff was asked in discovery, and we read some of that to you, which are formal written requests for documents or information, sworn under oath by plaintiff in this case. We asked for documents relating to the incident, emails relating to the incident. She never produced her incident report. We had to subpoena it from Allied. That's how we got it. We didn't get it from her. She claimed it didn't exist. Once again, common sense. There's something wrong there. We had to serve a subpoena on Allied, who produced a copy of the incident report, and we relied on that incident report because of plaintiff's inconsistencies and admissions. Now, it contains a lot of her accusations, and we believe the evidence is clear that they are false, but it also includes some interesting statements by plaintiff. And this is 2 days after the February 24, 2018 incident. Plaintiff, who testified, if you remember, that incident reports are very important. And she testified, and in the incident report, she told her supervisor that that Cardi had scratched plaintiff's nose. Not cheek, nose. 2 days after the incident, when she's blaming all of this on Cardi, which I think it's safe to assume that she was improperly doing so, given all the evidence we've heard. Plaintiff told her supervisor 2 days later, Cardi, with 3-inch nails, the evidence is against that as well, scratched plaintiff's nose. Nothing about a cheek. And again, a nose is not a cheek. They're different. This raises 2 points, really. Plaintiff's first statement that Cardi scratched her nose is directly contrary to plaintiff's sworn testimony here that Cardi scratched her cheek. Okay. So if we accept that, then the statement that she put in her report is clearly false. Because she's now saying, and she's been saying for a couple of years, no, it wasn't my nose, it was my cheek. Second, plaintiff admits that her nose was not scratched. So this is a very important document because it confirms that she made false statements about the incident. At a minimum, she made the false statement that Cardi had scratched her nose. This statement, this incident report that she said is very important, also apologized to Allied and the building owner, quote, for behaving the way I did. Okay? Why would she apologize to them if she was attacked? Why is it something that she would apologize for? Again, common sense. She was apologizing because of the way she was behaving. She's apologizing to them for her professional misconduct. She's apologizing to them for attacking a medical patient who's trying to go in for a medical exam.
About 10 minutes.
Can I have a little bit of extra time since counsel got extra time?
I don't know that he did, but please try to wrap up.
Okay. I'm going to do this a little bit faster, and I apologize. We also called Nicole McKenzie. Nicole McKenzie is an interesting person because she's a psychologist, a workers' comp psychologist, and plaintiff called her too. It's baffling why he did, because all of her testimony only helped Cardi. First of all, no one called Dr. McKenzie as a psych witness. There were no psych witness questions. We called her because what plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie in April of 2018, just 2 months later, is directly contrary to what she's been saying. Ms. McKenna testified that let me rephrase this because I'm trying to cut some of this out. Ms. McKenzie, who you may remember, testified in this case that everything that she was saying was what plaintiff had told her. And she testified that when Dr. McKenzie did the evaluation, plaintiff made no mention of being.
We'll stop there right there. I mean, pause it right there. This lawyer here, he don't know what he doing. He like he don't know what he talking about. Like, what's going on with him? Cardi B, who you to hide here?
Scratch, cut, or even touched by Cardi. She actually said Cardi, quote, almost, close quote, touched her. Almost is not touching. Plaintiff has offered no explanation as to why she told Dr. McKenzie Cardi almost touched her. Ms. McKenzie also testified that in doing her evaluation, she would note any physical symptoms. And she confirmed that plaintiff identified no physical symptoms 2 months after she supposedly got cut in this incident. And in response to one or more of the jurors' questions, the judge elicited the response from Dr. McKenzie that it was her standard practice that even if someone came to her just for a psychological examination, that she would also note any physical symptoms that were reported, and also that if she saw the patient and saw, if they've got a cut or a scrape or a bruise or whatever, she'd note that as well in the report. And none of that was noted because none of it existed. We also asked plaintiff about her Kaiser medical records. At this point, I'll just mention that she testified and admitted that out of 161 pages of medical records over 2 years, there was no mention of any cuts, scratches, anxiety, PTSD, or anything else. Counsel noted that we called Dr. Rosenberg, who is a lifetime board-certified medical doctor who specializes in psychiatry. He has impeccable credentials and decades of experience. He, by the way, does not work on a lien basis. He does not work, we paid him, he does not work on a lien basis, so he doesn't have the same incentive that Dr. Mulliken has to spin his story. Dr. Rosenberg wasn't asked to diagnose any psychiatric conditions that plaintiff has. So in his report, he specifically said no diagnosis. But he did come to conclusions, okay, which is different than a diagnosis. And what he did was he had a 6-hour recorded interview of her, and he had her take a gold standard test of 335 questions. And what he learned from the test was that she claimed symptoms, different symptoms, and so many symptoms that only 2 out of 1 billion people in the world have those symptoms. He also testified that there were inconsistencies with her story. We talked about the McKenzie analysis, in fact, that the plaintiff didn't mention any problems or physical injuries to Dr. McKenzie. We've talked about the initial incident report, which says a scratch on the nose, but not a scratch on the... So with all these different inconsistencies, that went into his analysis as well. Now, he also considered that in the Kaiser medical records, there's no indication of any of those injuries. And counsel, for some reason, focuses on vaginal discharge to say, well, if you're going for that, you're not going to mention a cut or scrape. But that's not what Dr. Rosenberg testified to. He testified that in April 2022, plaintiff went into Kaiser for a complete history and physical, and plaintiff specifically, in questioning, denied any kind of mental health issues, including anxiety or sleep problems. In April 2023, she went in again, and for hand pain that time, and she was specifically asked, Dr. Rosenberg said that's what Kaiser does. They ask you about everything, just noted in the records. And she was asked, but again, reported no emotional problems and did not request mental health assistance. I should also mention this claim about PTSD. Dr. Rosenberg testified that you can't, quote unquote, an argument or an unpleasant interpersonal interaction isn't a trauma and can't lead to PTSD. The claim of PTSD is frankly an offense to those people who actually have it. She had a 45-second argument. She was fired. That is not what gives you post-traumatic stress syndrome. And we know that because we've heard it from a licensed psychiatrist who did all those tests and interviewed her for 6 hours. I should mention that Dr. Mulliken is a plastic surgeon. He's not a psychiatrist. So Dr. Mulliken couldn't and didn't rebut Dr. Rosenberg's conclusion that plaintiff is feigning. Counsel said, well, why didn't the defendants call a plastic surgeon expert? Because we don't see a scar. To call someone to say, can you examine this person? Do they have a scar? You can look at the photograph. Why would we call a plastic surgeon? Conversely, though, they want to prove that plaintiff had psychological injuries. Why didn't they call a psychiatrist? Let's talk a little bit about plaintiff's shifting stories. First of all, plaintiff alleges that Cardi spit on her. It's a disgusting allegation, of course, and I hate to even mention it. And everyone else says it didn't happen. But for her part, plaintiff also hasn't gotten her story straight. If you remember, last Monday she testified in her February 26, 2018 incident report. Plaintiff told her supervisor that Cardi spit on her before people came out of the doctor's office. But at her deposition, plaintiff testified that Cardi spit on her after they came out. She can't get her story straight. That's that simple. Counsel has referred to spittle. And so what he's basically backed off of is initially it was terrible spitting at her client. Now it's, well, maybe it was an accidental spittle. Say it, don't spray it kind of thing from junior high school. There's no evidence that happened, but it's also not an assault. It's also, when you look at the jury instructions, you'll see that an assault requires intentional conduct, intentional battery. Accidentally, spraying a little bit of spittle when you're arguing, that is not an assault, and there's no evidence that it even happened. Plaintiff also is strikingly inconsistent regarding her claim that Cardi touched her. We'll go through this quickly. We talked about in the February 26, 2018 incident report, supposedly Cardi scratched plaintiff's nose. In April of 2018, plaintiff told Dr. McKenzie that Cardi almost touched her. In sworn responses in discovery in this case, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi viciously beat plaintiff about the head, face, and body. You haven't heard that, in this trial. No one said that occurred. In her deposition, plaintiff stated under oath that Cardi struck her on her nose and cheek, and plaintiff acted out Cardi jabbing plaintiff's face with an outstretched index finger, which is directly contrary to, and you saw that videotape of that, it's directly contrary to what Dr. Mulliken testified he thought happened.
Objection, Your Honor. We're going about over an hour now.
What's your objection?
That we agreed to 1 hour.
Okay, counsel, what's your wrap it up?
Can I have 3 minutes?
Just wrap it up.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's more to talk about, but I've got to go. Ultimately, this case comes down to what happened in a minute in a medical building hallway. And to believe plaintiff, you would have to disbelieve Cardi, you would have to disbelieve Ms. Malcolm, you would have to disbelieve Dr. Finke, and you would have to ignore all of plaintiff's contradictory statements, including whether she had a cell phone, whether she had an earpiece, all that stuff. This is not a difficult case. It is not a close case. Plaintiff has the burden of proof, and the evidence is overwhelming in Cardi's favor. Plaintiff has not met her burden of proof. And plaintiff's demand for whether it's the $24 million that was testified to at trial or the $250,000 plus that you heard today makes no sense. She suffered no injury. Cardi did not do anything wrong except try to protect her baby and get to a doctor. The court will provide you with a verdict form, and we urge you.
You're asking for a whole lot. You're asking for a whole lot that she ain't gonna get. They ain't forgive her that much. Hey, I'm just being real. They ain't forgive her that much.
You that the evidence and common sense require that you answer questions 1 to 2 as no. That will skip you over to section B. We ask that you answer question 5 no. That will skip you over to section C. We ask that you answer question 8, no, which will skip you to section D. We ask that you answer question 12, no, which is then the end of the verdict, and you can have the foreperson sign it. I also want to note that for each of these questions, as the judge previously told you, 9 people do not have to agree. You can have 9 people agree on one, a different group of 9 people on another. And we ultimately, we thank you for your time, for your consideration, and you know how we wish you roll. So, thank you.
All right, and folks, as we indicated, plaintiff gets the first and last word, so time for a rebuttal case for plaintiff.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for coming back. So this is the end of the road now. I said a lot of things this morning, and I basically don't want to repeat all of it. The main point that I want to highlight, which what counsel has brought up, is the incident report. In the incident report, Ms. Imani Ellis tells her supervisor that the defendant put her fingernail into her face. You will see that. Into her face and scratched her nose. She caused damage to her face. It was a physical contact. As far as the spitting, he never brought up the word spittle. I don't know what that exactly means, but in either event, Imani Ellis, who was there, who was a witness to this incident, testified that the defendant spit on her, actually spit on her, which is an assault and a battery. Everybody gets an attorney. Everyone gets to have an attorney. Even Cardi B gets to have an attorney. All of these comments and all of these things are smoke and mirrors to hide up the truth. Bottom line is, Miss Imani Ellis, who was there, testified multiple times. She never did anything wrong in her life. She was a model citizen, good person, and she basically was doing her job as a security guard, and the defendant refused to cooperate, caused a disturbance, physically assaulted and battered her, spit on her, took a swing at her, and ultimately a couple of witnesses came after the fact, and they were not witnesses to the entire incident. The entire incident really took place between Imani Ellis and Cardi B, and it really is going to come down to, who do you believe? Who do you believe? Are you going to believe Imani Ellis, who was a security guard, who did her job, who was there, who never had any problems of any kind? Or are you going to listen to somebody who's yelling and screaming, has anger management problems?
Objection, Your Honor.
Got angry on that.
Hello, y'all. Y'all heard the man. He said, who y'all go listen to? The one who have anger management problems. Oh my God, babe. I'm telling y'all, Cardi B like a completely animal. With just a hermit face, hermit body, but it like a complete animal. Like, I'm just being real.
That day, there's no question she admitted it. She said she was angry. She got angry. She attacked the plaintiff. She spit on her. She used the N-word, disrespectful. She took a swing at her. She did everything possible to cause her so much emotional anguish and try to get a reaction out of her. I don't know how it was that Imani Ellis was able to contain herself. Maybe because she is so peaceful. You heard lots and lots of testimony about how she was peaceful. The issue with Dr. Mullican, at some point I did ask Dr. Mullican, could this scratch, could this cut have been done by someone who's left-handed or right-handed? At the end, he was very clear. You can ask the testimony to be read back to you. He said it could be done by either a right-handed person or a left-handed person, either one. And when we had Cardi B on the stand, she said she was disabled because she was pregnant, but at the end of the day, she wasn't disabled with her hands, and you can cut someone with either hand, both hands.
Yes.
Go to the bench press, both hands. Anything can happen with both hands. This is not some...
Y'all heard this man say, he said anything can happen with both hands, which it is true, because they're saying she a left-handed person. A left-handed person, but she couldn't do nothing with her right hand or something like that. She's talking about she was she couldn't do nothing because she was pregnant, this and that. Girl, ain't nothing wrong with you. No wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with Cardi. Wasn't nothing wrong with Cardi B because she was pregnant. She wasn't just no disabled. When you disabled, honey, you ain't disabled when you go to hitting people and scratching people with them nails like a lion. You know, cutting people with them nails like a lion. It wasn't nothing disabled back then. So why is there something disabled back now? I mean, when it all was happening. That don't mean nothing because you're pregnant. That you know, because you're pregnant. Oh, I'm gonna call it disabled. No, was nothing wrong with her. Full of mess. Yeah.
Somebody who was taking a swing with a in baseball, you must use the correct. No, this injury could happen with the right hand or left hand, and Dr. Melka clarified that and said it could happen with either hand. Again, the evidence that needs to be brought forth needs to be proven by a preponderance of the evidence. We don't have to prove 100%. We have to prove a featherweight more than 50%. In this case, we have given you so much different evidence from different people, which was Imani Ellis, her grandmother, her mother, and all of the medical records. We have a plastic surgeon who came here and explained everything. You now have the case before you where you can now determine what you feel Imani Ellis should receive to make her whole. And counsel brought up some points to try to maybe muddy the waters in a sense and try to change what really happened here. At the end of the day, we have overwhelming evidence that Imani Ellis was assaulted and battered, and we thank you for your service.
All right, thank you, counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation of evidence and argument. You're now going to be shown to the jury room. We do have a hard stop at 4:30, and by no means would I suggest that you should try and rush to be done by then. You do need to deliberate and consider all of the evidence before answering the questions on the jury form. And so if indeed it takes you longer than 4:30 today, then we will need to come back tomorrow. If you want to take a break, you can take a break, but you all need to be back together in the jury room, so please do not deliberate until all of you are back together. To the extent that we do come back tomorrow, if you want to bring snacks or anything like that, that's fine. We can discuss that a little bit later. But for now, can I have Cynthia swear in Vanessa, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The alternate for the medical jury.
Yeah.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of the jury and keep them together, that you will not communicate with them yourself, nor allow anyone else to communicate with them upon matters connected with the case, except on order of the court, and when they have agreed upon a verdict, you will return them into the court, so help you God?
I do.
And do you solemnly swear that you will take charge of the alternate juror and keep her apart from the jury while they deliberate on the cause until otherwise instructed by the court, so help you God?
I do.
May I please have you state your first and last name for the record?
Vanessa Garcia?
Thank you.
Vanessa?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want to talk to the alternate before she goes.
Pens, notebooks, and personal items, and we're going to go ahead and head into the jury room. Jury number 8 is going to be ready. Jury number 7, do you want to come up? Alternate, if you could just stay in your seat. Thank you.
Counsel, do you see that the door's closed? There it is. Okay. All right, we're still on the record outside the presence of the jury. We do have the alternate number 1 here. Ma'am, On Wednesday, did you have any conversations with any of the witnesses? Were you sitting? Yeah, you.
Me?
Yes. Were you outside?
I haven't been to the grocery store in over a year, but I'm eating healthier than ever. Here's how I did it. Meal planning used to be such a nightmare.
On Wednesday?
The grandmother?
Correct.
I can't remember, but I did sit once, at least once.
Did you have a conversation with her?
I don't remember what I said, if I did.
Okay, so she didn't say anything.
I didn't say anything about this.
Nothing about the trial?
No, no,
okay.
no, no.
Okay, very good.
Not at all.
Vanessa's going to excuse you to the jury room. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. I'll take your notebook.
Thank you.
And then I'll take your.
Thank you.
And just for the party's information, they had some kind of conversation, may have been innocent, I just wanted to rule out an improper contact.
Thank you.
If you could please either stay close or give a cell phone number to Cynthia. Just please stay within a couple minutes in case we get any questions from the jury or if we get a verdict.
Your Honor?
Yes.
So I do want to put something on the record, but not about counsel.
Okay.
I think it's important. I think this court has a duty to handle the situation, which is what happened. During the lunch hour, Cardi B went outside and threw something at one of the news reporters. I have it on video. She's been staring at my clients, all three of them, trying to intimidate them. I think it's unfair, and it's they feel scared. They feel scared about what she may do to them because of what she did to that court reporter, which I have on video.
To the court reporter?
I'm sorry, to one of the news reporters. She threw an item at the news reporter, physically, in front of this courthouse, on court property, outside this courtroom. So I would ask that she be admonished and be told not to handle herself in this way and not to look at my clients anymore.
All right, so the court can't make any orders for conduct that the court didn't witness.
I can show the court the video.
Well, I still haven't witnessed it. To the extent, I think it appropriate that the parties be courteous to each other. I don't think it's appropriate for anyone to be either threatening anyone or even by way of staring at someone. People can take offense to that. So please continue to act courteously with each other.
May I just add one thing?
Sure.
I've been sitting here throughout the whole trial. Plaintiff has never looked this way, so I don't know what she's talking about.
Okay.
Second, plaintiff is halfway between Cardi and the jury box and the witness. I have never seen Cardi do anything else other than watch. Sometimes she, in response to a witness, may wonder what. But I have not seen anything that plaintiff's counsel has claimed.
Okay. All right, and we do have extra security here just in case there's any kind of issue. All right. All right, stay close.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That is crazy. That is crazy how Cardi B was throwing stuff at the news reporter, you guys. And I tell you, that's the animal,
I want to talk to the alternate before she goes.
the animal that she is.
Pens, notebooks, and personal items, and we're going to go ahead and head into the jury room. Juror number 8 can you come in? Juror number 7, do you want to come in? On that alternate, if you could just stay in your seat. Thank you.
Saying the girl, she acts too much. She acts too much like an animal to me. Like, like she being enraged, like the enemy, enraged. Like y'all, how do y'all think that this gonna turn out? Do y'all think Cardi B is gonna win this case, or do y'all think the lady that's who got injured? Do y'all think she's gonna win this case? Who which one y'all think? At this point, I don't know, cause like I said before this case can go either way, either way. And if that woman wins, I don't think she's gonna get what she thinks she's gonna get as far as how much money she might be thinking she's gonna get because she asking for a lot of money. I'm talking about a lot of money. The interest probably don't ain't even worth the money that she's asking for. She ain't asking for no thousand. She asking for millions. So that being said, I don't think they're gonna give her that much money, you guys, if she wins this case. But if she do win this case, she gonna get. They're not gonna give her a whole lot of money. Like she just gonna be thinking she ain't gotta work again, okay? Cause I believe the woman thinking that she finna catch a lick, baby. A lick where she ain't gotta work again. She can go get her a house, a car, and live it up like Cardi B, okay? I don't know. It's just hard to tell in this process right here. It's hard to tell because you don't know because it's all up to the judge, you guys, and what the jury is doing and they're talking about they getting together and all that type of stuff. That is what it's all about. But the judge is going to say, what it is and what it ain't. Um, it's crazy. It's crazy. Like I said, if Cardi B doesn't fix the way she are as a person, the things that she does to make her look like a bad person as how she is, I don't see nothing good that's gonna be coming to the lady. Like I'm just being for real. I'm not seeing anything good coming to Cardi B if she don't change the ways. She still got ugly ways in her. Ugly ways. She still roll her eyes, go to sleep, all this stuff. She doing all this. It's like she ain't got no sleep last night, and knowing she gotta be in the courthouse, listen to everything these people saying, according to her, what she did to somebody else, and what she gonna have to pay somebody else for what she did. So this sister here needs to wake up because right now she is asleep. She's still asleep. So, you know what? Cardi B is in the room, right? Her face and body is in the room, but her mind and soul is somewhere else, y'all. This person ain't in there. How you in there when you like this? Like you going to you come and dozing off, going to sleep, dozing off, going to sleep, go. You know what I'm saying? Or waking up, dozing off, going to sleep, waking up. How is you knowing what's really going on? Like she know what's somewhere going on. She know what's going on, but she really don't know what's going on. Like, cause how I don't get this because you sleeping and you know and I know you had your lawyers talking for you this and this and that, but girl, what you doing last night? You went party or do you have a hangover and you need that rest? That's what I'm thinking what's going on, y'all. Cardi B done had a hangover last night. Cause you know she don't drive. She don't got a driving license. She don't drive. She have a chauffeur. A security guard. Take her where she needs to go. I believe Cardi B done got drunk and messed up last night. Came into the courthouse. Came into the in the courthouse and sleeping, getting her rest in, honey. Here and there. It's what she been doing the whole time. The whole time. I'm just sick of it at this point. I'm sick of it at this point, Cardi B. I'm sick of that. All that going to sleep, dozing off, and waking up eyes like this. Like what? I'm so sick of it. Now they should have had somebody in there say, "Hey, Cardi B, when you on trial, you could not be dozing off and sleeping. You have to be wide awoke. That's why you have enough time to get your sleep in, okay? Because we know you ain't had your kids last night. Somebody else had them. You ain't had no kids, Cardi B. You done paid your good old babysitter to keep them 3 kids, baby. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you ain't had no kids. You ain't had no kids. She done paid somebody real good to keep them kids, baby. Yes, Lord. And Cardi B probably went out up jumping in the club, had some drinks. I ain't gonna even say one drink. She done had multiple drinks. Cause remember now, she don't drive. She don't have a license, and she says she don't want a license. She don't want it. Who don't want a license? Who don't want a license? Girl, you are smart. She's smart. She a smart girl, but she just dumb about the things that she does. That what makes her not even there really, because of the things that she does. And she feel like she just gotta go enraged when she get to arguing with somebody or disagree. She gotta just go enraged about everything. You don't have to do that. Sometimes it's good to just ignore things. Even with that woman, she should have ignored Cardi B. But if somebody putting their fingers in your face with them long nails, they touching your face or scratching your face while they putting them in your face, it's a whole different topic then. Now it's time for me to pluck you right up in that face, okay? She should have gave Cardi B a black eye. That's what she should have did. Gave her a black eye, and she would have been plucked, okay? And have some rings on or something, so you can really, give her that black over the eye. Oh boy, you just gotta watch it these days for real. You just have to watch it. Because you never know these days. By getting into it with somebody, you can just think of it, it's just an argument, went left. Disagreement, went left. And then here it goes. Somebody end up getting killed. You end up getting killed. That person end up killing you, or you end up killing that person. Or somebody end up getting hurt really bad. And it just ain't worth it. Nobody's fighting no more. Nobody really is fighting anymore. Nobody's really fighting in life like that anymore. I mean, some people might do here and there, but you rarely find that. Mostly everybody is shooting each other. Women's going wild. Women's is shooting each other. Men shooting each other. Men shoot women. Women shoot men. Like it's just crazy. What is going on with the world, you guys? What is going on? Why is it so hard for us um as a woman or a man that we can't stop doing things that help us to be a better person? That's what I'm trying to say. To help us be a better person, not just to society, but to ourselves. So it just don't make sense to me. Like it really don't. It really don't. And Cardi B, she just I don't know. It seems like to me it's no help for the child. It's no help for the child. Okay, it's no help for her because she don't want it to be no help for her. She do not want it to be no help for her. I'm just it's just sad to say. It's just really sad to say to me that somebody don't want to change. And I know we all have to. I know we all need to change in some type of way. Ain't nobody perfect, but that there, I feel like everybody that I didn't know that I have know or know that they don't way like that. Cause there is something serious. Cardi B ways and the way she act, that's not normal. That's not a normal person to act like that. That's not normal. If somebody say that's normal, then there's something wrong with you. If that's normal. If Cardi B is normal, something is wrong with you. Cause that's not normal for a woman like this to carry out like this. That is not normal at all. It's not. It's not. It's not accepted. It's not normal. And it's kind of like it makes you feel like, oh, is you an animal? What is in you to make you do the thing that you do? Maybe that's why Offset. I mean, that's maybe why that is why Offset stopped dealing with her like that because it ain't no changes with her. Like she ain't trying to change nothing about herself as far as how she treats people, how she talks to people, and things of that nature. Yes, sometimes she probably can talk, regular, that all that other stuff. But 9 out of 10, it's gonna be something negative come out of mouth or something, some cussing words or something. Ain't nothing too good gonna be coming out of Cardi B mouth. That's negative. Now I do have to give her benefits of she might do say stuff, good things, here and there. But most of the majority of the time she's saying bad things, and things of that nature. It's just so that's most of the majority of the time what's really going on with that woman. The only thing I can do is for Cardi B is pray for Cardi B, okay? That's the only thing we can do is pray for her, pray for her, to, get it right. Okay, get it right, girl. Stop doing these things. You got kids. You got kids to live for now. Whether you had kids back then or not, you know, um, If you got kids, I mean, if she had kids back then or not, still, your life is more important than to be hurting other people, acting like an animal or animal, been locked up in a cage and just got out, got freely out or whatever for a couple of minutes or hour or so. I feel like my little dog act better than Cardi B. My little bitty dog got more sense than her. Like that's it. You got kids and you still don't got no sense. You still not using your sense. You still not using your head. You still not using your mind. Cardi B, what's going on, sweetheart? I just feel like this is just a negative soul. A soul that's just been lost. Illuminati soul that's just been lost, you guys. Come here, girl. Come here. Come here. These dogs. She got a bar. Come here, girl. Come here. Come here. She'll bark. She'll be barking in there like crazy if I don't get her. She hears the dog out there. Come here. Get up. Stand up. Stand up, girl. She'll be barking like crazy, and I can't have her be doing all that too much. But she be going crazy. But back on Cardi B, y'all. But she think everything is gonna be all good as shoot. And she ain't gonna stop. She ain't gonna stop either. She ain't gonna stop because she still got them waves in her. When you still have them waves in you, it's kind of like over with. With kind of, I mean, especially if you don't want to change yourself, it's kind of like over. It's kind of like over for you. It's like over. This person just don't want to change, and some people be old and gray and still be the same way. They will not change. They will not change their ways. And sometimes you need to change your ways. Especially if you're gonna be living in this life. You need to change the ways. Because anything can happen to you. Somebody can just come up in and shoot you, you know? Because you some type of way about yourself. You know what I'm saying? You got ugly ways and way you talk to people. You don't care about how you talk to nobody. And you just talk about people and things and that you don't know what somebody is going through, first of all. You don't know how somebody feel about themselves or whatever the case might be. And you might just do something at the wrong time or say something at the wrong time to that person, and there it go. Your life is gone, just like that. If we don't be careful with our mouth, I mean, with our tongue and our mouth, and the way we speak on people and the way we talk about people, our life can be gone just as quick as we said. Just as quick as we said. I'm just being honest and being true. You got these men's out here. They'll say something to you out of the way. As soon as you say something to them out of the way, then they feel like, oh, you disrespecting them in front of people. But you did just disrespect this woman in front of people as well. Now they feel like, oh, I gotta do something to this woman. I gotta hurt her, or I gotta put something on her. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's men's out here do not care about nobody being no female. That's why even though it could be rude to you what they say to you, you still just move on like you never said it, or like she never said it, because your life can get tucked in just like that. Just because you try to defend yourself and in your feelings, and your life can be tucked in just like that. I'm talking about like a blink of an eye. You could just be here And then the next minute you could be gone dealing with people, you know, and you trying to defend yourself, and they kill you, turn around and kill you because of they said what they said, you said what you said, and they want to kill you because they in their feelings. But you can't be in your feelings, but they can be in their feelings. This world is messed up, you guys. No, not the world, but the peoples in this world. It's messed up completely. Your eyes messing with you? What's wrong? Hmm? What's wrong, sweetie? What's wrong, the sweetheart? The sweetheart? The sweetheart at work? Okay, let's see some here, because this is going too slow here.
That a reasonable person is expected to endure. 2. Ms. Almanzar intended to cause Ms. Ellis emotional distress. Number 3, Ms. Ellis suffered severe emotional distress. And number 4, Ms. Almanzar's extreme and outrageous conduct was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis to suffer severe emotional distress. Answer, no. Section C, negligence and contributory negligence. Number 8, did Ms. Ellis prove all of the following elements of negligence? Number 1, Ms. Almanzar was negligent. Number 2, Ms. Almanzar's negligence caused Ms. Ellis to suffer physical harm rather than only emotional distress. And 3, Ms. Almanzar's negligence was a substantial factor in causing Ms. Ellis's harm. Answer, no. Section D, punitive damages. Question 12. Did you answer question 4 and 7? Answer, no. Signed this date, September 2nd, 2025, by foreperson George Uloa, number 3.
All right, is it in which pull the jury?
No, you're not. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me ask the foreman, was it unanimous as to all the questions?
Yes.
All right, so the question that the clerk is going to be asking is, was it unanimous as to all questions?
Question 1.
Or just all questions?
No, as to all questions?
Was it unanimous?
Was it unanimous?
Yes.
And we go through each of the jurors. Was it unanimous?
Was it unanimous, juror number 1?
Yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
Number 3?
Yes.
Number 4?
Yes.
Number 5?
Yes.
Number 6?
Yes.
Number 7?
Yes.
Number 8?
Yes.
Number 9?
Yes.
Number 10?
Yes.
11?
Yes.
And 12.
Yes.
All right, sounds like it was a unanimous verdict as to all questions. Can the clerk please record the verdict?
The verdict has been recorded, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and dedication to this case. I know that you've paid a great deal of attention throughout the matter, which was especially evidenced by the questions that you did submit. I want to thank you for that time and attention on behalf of myself, the parties, the court system, as well as the people of California. As I indicated before, this system does not work unless people like you are able and willing to serve, and so I want to thank you once again. Throughout the trial, I have admonished you that you could not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors, and at this point in time, I am relieving you from the admonition. You can speak with anyone about the case from this time forward. I suspect that there's going to be not only the parties that will want to speak with you, but I suspect also the members of the press are going to want to speak with you. And so I'm going to tell you this. I'm telling the members of the media this, and I'm telling the parties and their assistants that it's up to you whether or not you want to speak with anyone. If you don't want to speak with anyone, then you can just head right out the double doors, out the elevators. If there's press outside that want to speak with you, you can just walk past them. Don't let them stop you. If you do want to speak with them, then go ahead and you can wait outside the double doors. We're not going to be speaking with anyone in the courtroom. And if you do speak with someone, please be respectful of the views of any of your other jurors in terms of the deliberations. You can speak with respect to your point of view and how you saw the case. And the other admonition or the other issue with respect to speaking with people is that it's got to be at a reasonable time and place. And so if people start bothering you or if people reach out to you that's inconvenient for you and they continue to do so, let me know and I'll take care of it, okay? All right. All right, with that, once again, I want to thank you. You are now dismissed. Yeah, leave your...
So it looked like to me, Cardi B has won the case. Okay, you know she putting the cross around. She putting the cross right here, like I won. Okay.
which is the next.
On that note, you guys, make sure y'all like, share, subscribe, and comment. Hit the notification bell so y'all can be notified every time your girl T Spilling is coming with a live or if that is either their trial, you guys. Cardi B have won the trial, okay? The Illuminati. Cardi B have won the trial. Um, I kind of figured that, but I didn't want to say it. I wanted to give the other woman some benefit of the doubt, okay? I want to give her some benefit of the doubt, you know. But y'all know how this stuff goes. You go one way, and it go the other way. You can go this way, and you can go that way. Well, on that note, you guys, make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, you guys. And your girl is on. And let me know in the comments, y'all, how y'all feel about this. What y'all think about it? Do y'all think Cardi B should have been paying that woman for her injuries? Or do y'all think that woman lied? I mean, well, like act like it was something that it wasn't. And trying to get Cardi B behind the bars. Or try to get Cardi B to pay all that money. Let me know. Let me know, you guys.